at war in the Middle East. Another president, another year, another war. Same shit, different country. Same region, different country. Another war in the Middle East. So we're going to just do a simple review on this. I'm not even going to go down the line with a bunch of clips, even though I have a bunch of clips that likely will come up during the live stream. But I'm not even going to go through a lengthy monologue in that manner today. I'm just going to go ahead and tackle it as is. The first question I want to ask you folks is, without playing all the clips, and there's clips of everything I'm about to say here, but without playing all the clips involved that I have lined up, the question I want to ask is, why is there so many statements being made by our commander in chief that seem to, I don't know, either not culminate in reality or be presented as questionable at best? Some are arguing that some of the stuff he said may not even be true, such as, about 9 months or so ago. Appreciate the hat and mustache there, for the great. Welcome to the TikTok side of the aisle. Thank you. But you guys all know President Trump said the Iranian nuclear ambitions were obliterated. Said that last summer. Thank you for the great. By the way, folks, appreciate that starting out. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap. And hat mustache go for the great. Thank you absolutely very much for your support. But about a year ago, Trump said that the Iranian nuclear ambitions were obliterated. That's going to be, this is a host of things he said. That, at the very least, have you questioning, where did he get this information from? Now, obviously, after saying it was obliterated a month or so ago, Blue One Banks taking your boy out of space with the galaxy. Blue One, I always appreciate that. Thank you. You always started out right. Thank you, Blue One Banks. In addition to saying it's obliterated, there are clips of Trump saying that, we were not going to put troops on the ground. I have videos of that as well queued up, but he said he wasn't going to put troops on the ground. I think he last said that about 9 days ago. About 9 days ago, he said he was not going to put troops on the ground. I think many of you have seen him at various speeches stating that the war has been won. We've already won the war. Won it on the first day or two. I think he said something of that nature. We've won the war. On a scale of 1 to 10, how well is the war going? He said a 15. I have all of this stuff queued up. I'm not even going to play all of it because it's so much. But he's made all of these statements. You've heard him suggest that we do not need NATO. We can handle this on our own. They're too late to the party. We're disappointed in them not stepping up to help us. Then going back and asking them for help, not receiving help from a single NATO member nation, then suggesting once again, no, we don't need you. You're trying to join wars already won, things like that. Then coming back once again, calling them cowards and saying they need to step up and help. So he's went back and forth on that more than once. More than once, as he said, we don't need them, we need them, we don't need them. Why won't you help us? Kind of like I always bring this up, the Katy Perry song. You're hot, then you're cold. You're yes, then you're no. You're in, then you're out. Kind of like that. And of course, in the beginning, suggesting that this whole melee would be over in a few weeks. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but the Wall Street Journal, which is pissing Trump off because they're telling a lot of stuff ahead of time, like troops going to the region and all of that. Wall Street Journal is kind of giving folks the heads up of where this is going, and the Trump administration has now taken out official ire on the Wall Street Journal. But they are now saying that the Pentagon is indicating that there is going to be some sort of ground operations that could last months. And I believe the Wall Street Journal leans right. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that in the comment section, but I believe the Wall Street Journal leans right. I think the Washington, what is it? Wall Street, Washington, I think WSJ, that's the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, I think they lean right. Anyhow, we'll talk about that briefly. I see somebody in the comments says the United States has helped every country in the world. Really? What have they done for Somalia recently? What have they done for Haiti? Are you crazy? The United States, they helped every country in the world. They've hurt a lot of countries. Right? They have helped. We have helped a lot of countries. I'm not going to take away from some of the goodwill we have done worldwide, but there's a lot of countries that have been hurt by the United States. We operate in the best interest of America. And if it will benefit your country in the process, then we're willing to work with you. But we don't just do stuff out of the kindness of our heart. If we're helping your country out, we want something for it in return. If you don't have any way of doing anything that's going to benefit us, we will let you rot. We will let you live in oppression. We will let you live under an evil dictator. We will let you die. So we don't help every country in the world. I can tell you that right off the bat. That is absolutely not true. Last but not least, shorter topics today, but I want to hear from you folks, kind of like a review and of what's going on. I think you guys all know the TSA, the Transportation Security Administration, the folks at the airport, and other federal agencies that are along with this are not getting paid. They haven't been paid in over a month now. They've missed a couple checks. I believe the numbers right now suggest that as many as 500 TSA agents have quit since this shutdown has begun. And hundreds more are calling in sick every day, probably contemplating whether they should quit too. So and this is the second time. Keep in mind, Trump had a government shutdown toward the end of last year. So they went without getting paid last year. So I don't know if these folks, you've taken out a car loan or a furniture loan or a home loan. They only going to tolerate you coming with these excuses so many times. Before you know it, your mortgage company, you need to get a different job. We cannot have you skipping, monthly payments because you work for the federal government. But what I want to ask you folks is this, because we all know President Trump has touted himself as an excellent deal maker. Simple question. Why can't he get the Democrats and Republicans to make a deal and get the government back open? No one remembers historically who was in Congress or who was in the Senate when the country shut down. It goes under the president's legacy. That's it. If you ask, when was the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, they're going to mention the president. They're not going to mention Congress or the Senate. Who was in when the second longest shutdown took place? They're going to mention the president. They're not going to mention Congress and the Senate. So this is going down under Trump's legacy. Nobody's going to be bringing up Nancy Pelosi 40, 50 years from now. It's going to be under Trump. America had its longest government shutdown. Nobody's going to be bringing up, Mike Johnson. Maybe not. But in regards to the shutdown, it's going to be under whoever's president. And by the way, another clip I could play for you. President Trump himself, when Obama was president, stated that when the country is shut down, the blame is on the president. He is on video saying that. Now, all of a sudden, the great deal maker has his second shutdown taking place, and suddenly it's the Democrats' fault. So why can't the president, as a great deal maker, get the country back up and running? So that's what we're going to talk about, certainly the first month at war and why Trump cannot negotiate a deal between the two parties and get these TSA agents paid. You guys know how the show is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor. We are always MAGA friendly, been that way since day one. Our comments go left of AOC to I'm having dinner with Q. Maybe except I'll say Nick Fuentes. How about that? Left of AOC to I'm having dinner with Nick Fuentes. Anyway, nevertheless, you guys know we don't block, ban, or censor. So if you favor uncensored dialogue, you are in the right place. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. So looking straight off in the comments, voter ID is the issue. Well, voter ID, I don't think that's the only issue, though. I think getting ICE paid is part of it. They want to have ICE at polling places. They want ICE to be able to wear masks. What else is there? They got transgender stuff in there with no biological males playing on whatever the case may be. But there's more in that Save America Act than just things pertaining to the election. There's more in there. But anyway, continuing on, in the comments, Rife the Ghost. Wow. The movie, okay, I assume you're saying I like the movie Killing Me Softly. Brad Pitt at the end of the movie said, America is not a country, it's a business. Well, did we not elect a man while stating we want a president that runs the country like a business? So I didn't see that movie in the movie Killing Me Softly is what you're saying. I didn't see Brad Pitt in Killing Me Softly, but I agree with that statement. And certainly under President Trump, you're going to get more of a business-run country than ever before. I mean, even under Obama, who they claimed was a socialist, America was ran like a business. It was ran like a business in many aspects. But under Trump, yeah, you're really going to get a country that's ran like a business because that's what people elected him, saying they wanted him to do. So let me go ahead and start the program of, oh shit, expect us to go bankrupt here. Trump has some successful businesses. All of his businesses didn't go bankrupt. The host is black. Do you have an issue obtaining an ID? No, I don't have an issue obtaining an ID. And that's a good question. But if it was only about obtaining an ID, I would be 100% behind voter ID requirements. There's no excuse for a full-grown ass adult not to have an ID. I'm 100% behind that, but it's not just having an ID. If the ID, because most Americans have an ID, if anyone that has an ID that allows them to drive, purchase alcohol, purchase tobacco, if anybody has an ID that lets them do that and that ID doesn't allow you to vote, then it's more than just an ID. And there's plenty of IDs that you'll get pulled over by police, you can hand it to them, and the police would be totally okay with that, but you can't vote with it. Simply put, if a woman changed her name, that's the one you're hearing the most of. If a woman was born with a last name, her maiden name, as they call it, and now she's gotten married, the ID she now has will not allow her to vote. So there's more issues to it than just ID. There's a lot of folks that are going to present an ID that qualifies in every other aspect of life that's not going to be good enough to vote with. So simply saying it's more than an ID. And they're trying to suggest that that's it. You wouldn't be mentioning passports and birth certificates at all if it was just about an ID. Why do I need to exercise my Second Amendment rights? Why do you need to exercise your Second Amendment rights? I don't know. Don't know the situation you're in right now. Let me go to the box. We'll go straight to Stick the Ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. Stick, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. Good to have you on this evening. Happy Sunday to you. So we're reviewing the first month at war. A simple question. We've heard Trump describe, scale of 1 to 10, it's a 15. We've already won the war. Their services have been obliterated. How do you think it's going?
I think it's going horrible. I think it started off horrible. Even the things that they had going on in Venezuela, it was all horrible. None of it felt legal. How about that? It didn't even feel legal.
Well, apparently they're suggesting Venezuela has turned out fine. Trump is saying Venezuela is doing a good job now. Real quick, Hale, before you continue, I don't block, ban, or censor, but Cyrus, if you want to spam, you're kind of begging me to block you. I'm going to leave it open for you, Cyrus. I get that you think I'm an Uncle Tom. You've made your point. But typing it over and over again, you're blocking other folks from inputting. So if you want to spam, I'll drop you. Otherwise, move on. Go ahead, there, Stick.
Oh, so are you good with the pushback? He probably new to the program. He piss everybody off. Don't worry about that. He's not an Uncle Tom. His name wouldn't be liberal. You got to understand what's going on. So
I don't mind people calling me, I don't mind their names. I got skin that's thicker than an alligator with no lotion on it. It's just when he's doing that, he's preventing other people that might want to insult me too. That's where the problem is. So, so you say it's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. And it's one of those yes and no, I get what you're saying. But at the same time, man, come on, man. Understand what's going on. He would not be known. Well, he is an Uncle Tom. How about that? He is an Uncle Tom because Uncle Tom was the hero. Uncle Tom told everybody what's going on. That is Tim. So if you was a slave back then, apparently Tim is the one you needed to know. All right. So moving on. This definitely is trash. The way he's moving, they already tried to put it on Whiskey Pete. And what's the other guy? God dog it! I just had his name in my head.
Whiskey. You're obviously talking about Pete Hegseth for the first guy. But who's the other guy?
Yeah, Whiskey Pete is the first guy, and then the other guy is one of the white nationalists he's got working for him. Anyway,
you talking about Miller, Stephen Miller?
Yeah, there you go, Stephen Miller. So they
crazy. It's crazy when you say one of the white nationalists and people in the country, everybody know who you're talking about.
Exactly.
That's bad.
Exactly. So that's the point. That's the point right there. Everybody knows what's going on. Like even some MAGA, I'm not saying all, but some MAGA are waking up, man, and they're like, man, I didn't vote for any of this shit. I didn't ask for any of this shit. Some, I didn't say all.
Yeah, I get that, but I'll tell you one thing: when we put troops on the ground and you start seeing, I don't care if it's a couple casualties every other day. Once that start happening, you're going to get more MAGA because some of them are going to be MAGA. So you're going to have some MAGA mommies and MAGA daddies and MAGA aunts and uncles like, I voted for this guy. I didn't vote for him to kill my cousin or my nephew. So it's going to get bigger when that starts happening.
And that's just the point, Tim. It's like where does it end? You're saying we won, but you're sending troops.
Yeah,
you're sending troops to the area because they just said the Middle East. They didn't say Iran. So let's keep it G, y'all. But at the end of the day, why are you sending troops if they're not good? If they're just gonna do what they did in Washington D.C., is that what you're telling me? They're gonna clean up? They're gonna clean up Iran?
Well, the question of why are you sending troops to, in my opinion, and I'm sure I'll get some of my beloved MAGA like straight talk to maybe help me clear this up. But I'm going to say saying you won while sending troops, asking NATO for help, it makes it look like what you said is not true. It's as simple as that.
That's the whole point, Tim. Like, okay, so again, he fed them a lot of lies. He fed them a lot of promises. He fed them a lot of what they wanted to hear. And then here we are a year later after he got, what he needed, which was, escaping. And what he always needs is escaping. He got the nominee or he got the presidency. He's there doing a terrible shit job.
But wait a minute. Are you sure he's doing? Because MAGA, I get MAGA on the program telling me every day Trump still is one of the best presidents we've had, at least in their lifetime. Why are you saying he's doing a terrible shit job and MAGA favors him?
They got TDS, Tim. They have the real TDS. That is TDS. When you go to the grocery store and you see a price that's higher than when Biden was in office and you say, well, it ain't that bad, you goddamn lying. When you got the president and his Secretary of War, remember it used to be peace, now it's
Secretary of Defense. It used to be Secretary of Defense. Now it's I mean, you know something, I could never have thought that they would have so appropriately titled a department. I mean, when they say Secretary of War, goddamn it, they meant that absolutely. They really titled that properly.
And what happened under Biden was the same thing that happened now. They said we was in a war, right? But MAGA says, we're not officially in a war because Congress hasn't declared it. They never did it under Biden either. So we weren't in a war under Biden. And apparently we're not in a war now, but Trump, for some reason, feels like we are.
We're in a war, yeah.
Feels like we are.
Yeah.
And not only that, didn't he say the other day that he's not even the president, that Gavin Newsom was the president?
I didn't hear that. That was Trump making a joke. Come on now.
No. That wasn't no joke. He said, we got this guy, Gavin Newsom. He called him Newsom. You know what I mean? The president of the United States said it clearly. The president of the United States. You
know something, though? Gavin Newsom should actually take that as a compliment. And he's on, he actually is on deck should he come up. But I I will say this. He should take that as a compliment because when Trump gives you a nickname, you have officially arrived. If you're under his radar and you don't mean shit, you don't get a nickname. When he gives you a nickname, you mean something. You are actually deemed as real competition.
Yeah, he's real competition because he got the complexion for the election, right? Yeah. He's a straight white male Christian, and he has a conservative side, but that's not the point. Our point is he can win, right? So, like, you can be mad all day. It's just like Texas, right? Texas is showing you exactly what the rest of the country is thinking. That Gavin Newsom has the complexion for the election. So this is just my
You're
prediction.
talking about by shooting down Jasmine Crockett and putting in Tallarico. Tallarico's his name.
Exactly.
I don't know if it's just. I'm not gonna take away from what you're saying because I see King Finn is already in it with the hashtag Stop the Fluffing. I don't want that shit to go viral. But what I do want to say is. Tallarico, in my opinion, from the video, his message is better for the country moving forward to me than Jasmine Crockett's was. I think his message is better.
Nah, when you go look at his platform and see that he's really a conservative Democrat, I mean, it all depends on what's your flavor. I'm gonna just say it like that. But Jasmine Crockett, to me. This is just my opinion, not because of her skin color, but just because of her resume and just because how she's willing to go ahead and, take the punches and punch back. And that's what we need. And if she gets in there as vice president, I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Let me just say this. I think we need, if it was going to be a Republican, like a Nikki Haley or somebody, or a Democrat, I think we need somebody in office, whether right, left, or even in the middle, that does not repeat the pattern of being a vindictive, vengeful president. Jasmine Crockett to me is going to do the same thing.
No, she's not going to be vengeful. What she's going to do is follow the law. See, that's the problem that we have right now. We have the MAGA and the Trump administration in there already telling his supporters, if they get in, we're going to jail.
Well, shit. That actually, who the hell don't believe that?
But that's the point, because you're breaking the damn law.
Right.
Because you're breaking the law. If you wasn't breaking the law, you wouldn't be going. Anything that the Democrats have going on, if you look at it, they play to their Christianity. The Republicans, the conservatives, the MAGAs, they play to the Democrats' Christianity. And what I mean by that is, soon as Joe Biden heard what the Supreme Court said about immunity for the president, if he was Trump, he would have did all this shit right now. Trump would not be in office. He'd be in jail some goddamn where because Joe Biden would have told the DOJ to look that way, get his ass. He would have did.
Well, I don't know though.
To all the other people.
Even if he had done that, though, Stick, I don't know if the DOJ would have been as loyal to Trump. I don't think anybody has had a Pam Bondi under their presidency. I mean, Obama had what Holter or whatever, James Holter, whatever his name was. I don't think any president has had a DOJ that's as loyal as Trump.
And why was that? Because they followed the law. Yeah. They follow that. See, this is what everybody's missing. When you follow the law, it's not about you said something bad to me. You talk bad against my administration. You talk bad against Israel. No, we done with that, right? Yeah. You already showed us that you will go over to another country illegally. I don't give a damn what you say. And if you put boots on the ground, it's not, you don't want to call it a war? We can call it an invasion. That's an invasion. I don't care how many people.
But it now looks like because they're saying it's not a war until they put boots on the ground or whatever. I mean, he's moving the troops over to the region, so he don't look like he's asking Congress to do that. So I mean, what makes you think that he's going? He's going to whatever you're. I'm not talking just to you, Stick, but anybody that might support Trump who's still saying it's not a war until boots are on the ground or what. I mean, whatever your definition of a war is, he's about to do that. He's clearly about to put boots on the ground without going to Congress.
So Billy Watt 43, you said the law is not red or blue. Let me tell you something. That's not what I said. What I said was the blue follows the law. The red is breaking the law. I didn't say the law was red or blue. I said the blue is following the law and being actual Christians, while the red is being savages, while the red is going around breaking the law.
Well, they're not going to accept that.
How you want to.
Yeah, they're not going to believe that stick because they're going to look at Trump when folks are trying to indict Trump and trying to throw him in jail, and they see that as the blue breaking the law also. Now, even with that argument, though, Trump has went after so many people and entities like colleges and TV stations and shit that even if you do believe Trump was wrong, he's went in far greater directions with it than even what you might perceive the Democrats as doing.
So let me be honest with you, Tim. It's like this. If you got your first administration, everybody needs fucking pardons or everybody goes to prison. You're breaking the law, and it's not. I'm trying to say it in the best way possible. So some of these MAGAs that don't understand, because I'm not saying all of them don't. They do. They're just so full of TDS. They just do whatever he says. That's it. It's pretty much that's it, Tim. They follow him. They would if Trump says, "Okay, look, check this out. It's a bridge being built. I'm gonna walk towards it." But as soon as I get to it, the part that's not fixed, I need y'all to try to figure out a way to get across on your own.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of what happened with January 6th. Go to the Capitol building, I'll be with you. And they figured out the rest of it on their own. That's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened. So being honest, being honest and being real to it, and it's just one of those things where you can't tell flies that honey is better than shit. I'm a bee. Bees don't try to convince flies that honey is better than shit.
MAGA's not that way though. And I see in the comments, Robert Botello says, "Thank you, Trump, for Venezuela." What did you get out of that though? You personally in the comments, Robert Botello, what did you get from Trump taking over Venezuelan oil?
And not only that,
what are you thinking of?
Start some shit. If Straight Talk is here and you're listening, I know you're gonna come up and say we're making money. I need you to tell me where my money at. I know you're gonna get up here and say that, Straight Talk, so I'm gonna take it out your mouth. I want you before you even get into your spiel, tell me where my money at. Tell me how much money you done collected so far since we're making money. I need to know where my money's at so I can go collect it. Because I ain't got no Doge check. I ain't got no goddamn tariff check. I ain't got no stimulus. Let me know where my money's at, Tim.
I'd like to know. I mean, he's saying thank you, Trump, for Venezuela. And first thing came to my mind, what did you get? What are you thanking him for? That didn't do shit for the average American whatsoever. I mean, I didn't see gas prices drop or anything from that.
Yeah, no F smugs. We didn't capitalize on none of that. We ain't get no white girl. We didn't get nothing. We didn't get nothing. The prices probably are the same on the streets as it's been since whenever. So the oil prices definitely on the streets is horrible. If gas was a drug, we'd all be strung out.
Damn. Well, yeah, blame that on capitalism, big oil, and the U.S. government, because our dependency on big oil shouldn't be as great as it is still. I mean, alternative energies are not able to completely replace big oil, but there's a lot of areas that it can. I mean, we've absolutely allowed big oil to really squash inventions in that area.
Okay, so that's the point. How do you make anything not so much lose value, but go down in price, which is still losing value? You come up with an alternative to that said product. Mm-hmm. Alternative energy, like it's called, is a great thing, and it will cause the oil companies to be like, okay, now we got to be more competitive. They're coming out with this energy that's almost damn near free, like solar energy. That's free.
They are more competitive. They're just doing it at the lobbies. That's how if they want to be more competitive with the solar industry or the wind industry, they got more money, so they're going to be more competitive when it comes to lobbying the right politicians to do it, like what Trump says, well, windmills cause cancer. And I mean, when you got that, you're winning. I mean, chances are the big oil has given Trump, and probably Biden too, multiples of what wind or solar, any of those other entities have given those politicians.
So what I'm getting from it is you telling me, a big fan causes cancer. A big fan causes cancer.
He said kills birds. I mean, he used everything he could until Elon Musk all of a sudden.
Every day with the planes when they, especially during Trump's administration, when they crash. We've got so many crashes. He's deregulated every damn thing. And I told you the last time when he deregulated, all the trains started falling off the track, all the planes, the doors, the boats were missing. This is deregulation. For all of you people that don't understand and don't know, when you look around and you see shit fucked up, that's because he deregulated every fucking thing. That's why your shit is broken. That's why you don't know whether you're going to land properly when you go to the airport. A matter of fact,
yeah, but you're talking safety. Deregulation brings in money. People in capitalism is all about putting the acquisition of wealth over safety. So yeah, a few people got killed, a few planes went down, but deregulation. Real quick. Don't do that. No, I'm being honest with you. No, the hell it ain't. The hell it's not. I mean, why do you think firearms and stuff continue to prevail even though people are getting killed? Capitalism is about putting money over your safety. They absolutely will do that every time.
I'm gonna tell you what they do. They do just like the cigarette company does.
Right.
They get sued and then they raise the price. They get sued and then they raise the price. So when you got a plane go down and everybody unalives, that's lawsuits. If it's 200 people on the plane, plus the pilot, plus anybody else, especially if it's coming from you weren't doing shit that was regulated. Your flight path, what was wrong. All the shit that you can be blamed for, you're going to get sued for it. So where you think that you're saving money, you're actually losing money at the end because your ass is getting sued so much for the fraudulent shit you got going on running your company.
Maybe
it's like everybody coming to eat at your joint and leaving with salmonella.
I'll say maybe not, depending on how many lawsuits you get, because deregulation for an airline industry, that is going to be gazillions of dollars. I got to move it on. No stick. They just like in big tobacco, they were getting sued. They still wanted you to be hooked on nicotine. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, and that's just the thing. They still want you to fly around on these unsafe planes while you got people like CK talking about, I wonder if the black pilot got, and then that shit right there is bullshit. You know why? Because ain't none of us crash no planes, Tim. Go look at the statistics on who crashes planes. I'm just gonna end it on that. Go look at the statistics.
And I've made a similar quote myself. Stick, appreciate you coming through.
All right,
thank you. Charlie Kirk is never going to live that one down. Well, then again, he is dead, so I guess he doesn't have to worry about living it down. But that quote will live in infamy with Charlie Kirk. The quote about, I get on the plane and there's a black pilot and I wonder, am I going to be safe? that will never go away. Looking in let me get my thoughts for them, having a Biden moment. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 30,000 if you will. If you're watching us on Instagram or TikTok, Substack, follow the program. You happen to be watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We are indeed MAGA friendly. Our comments go left of AOC to I'm having dinner with Nick Fuentes. How about that? Tap the screen. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. Just don't spam. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. Certainly, if you're watching us on YouTube, tap that like button. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. And it shouldn't. He spoke about excellence based on not on skin. Well, he brought up skin color. I don't know why he brought it up, because like my last caller pointed out, the African-American pilots that are in the industry, you almost never hear about a crash where the pilot was African-American. Not even women. It's generally white males. When you hear about a crash happening, generally the person that was at the helm was a white guy. So, I mean, that is a good point to make. Like, why are you so concerned about black pilots when there's no record of them ever doing anything wrong? We've had black pilots in this country now for at least a generation or more. They're not known for they're not known for even close calls. Why is that coming up? So, and somebody says not even overseas. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you don't normally hear Black pilots being involved in any significant mishaps. So why he brought that up, I don't know. How many Black pilots are there compared to? How many Black pilots are there compared to Black pilots? I guess you're saying white pilots. I don't know, but I don't know if there are any major crashes with Black pilots. It may be hovering somewhere around 0%. So even though there's far more white pilots, and that's not due to just, a coincidence, there's a reason why there's more white pilots than there are Black pilots. Black Timmy laughing at Charlie. Well, I don't think Charlie would mind. Do you now? You think he would really mind? So is it free? No, wind energy isn't free. The maintenance of that crap and the production of it is astronomical. Okay, you're going to say that wind energy is not free and it takes a lot of maintenance. I mean, I guess, do we ignore all of the damage from big oil? Well, you guys, I know a lot of folks on the right don't accept the damage it does in terms of pollution, but big oil is also damaging. I mean, you're gonna talk about the damaging output of wind, and you're going to make it sound like big oil is clean or something? I don't know. Real quick in the comments, no cats and dogs are never being eaten in Ohio. Shit, the Amish is the smarter ones. Well, that Trump said they are. There is no publicly available data tracking airline crashes by the race of the pilot. Zero. Actually, you actually can find that out. Because I used to read airline crashes, and you can find out the name of the pilot. There actually is a way of tracking it if you really want to look into it. First of all, let's just assume, going all the way back to the Bermuda Triangle and all of that shit, I think it's safe to assume from the time we started having airliners, I don't know, 40s, 50s, maybe. I mean, it took some time to go from Wright brothers to commercial air travel, but probably the 40s or 50s. Let's just assume from the 40s or 50s to at least late 70s, they all were white. So you can track crashes. All of those are white dudes. So there's nobody Black flying any commercial airliner before probably 1979 or something like that. So all of those are white dudes. And then, of course, in the 80s, you got us. I mean, even if you just simply do the statistics in terms of what percentage of pilots are Black, it's safe to assume if, 80, 90% of the pilots are white, that's who's making the crashes. I'll tell you this, with the few amount of Black pilots there are, if they were involved in a bunch of crashes, that would have stood out real quick. You would hear particularly white supremacist groups and hate groups talking about that shit. Like, here's another Negro that went down. Just like you often hear about illegal immigrants that kill somebody. The folks that don't like them plaster all of that on the news. If Black pilots were involved in crashes, considering they still represent a very, very disproportionate minority of pilots, there would be people posting that. You don't need to be able to track it government-wise. There are plenty of folks that hate those folks that would find that information and put it out there. Charlie Kirk would be a perfect example. If there were a bunch of Black pilots going down, he would have added that into what he said. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get the lights on up. And help people out with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap go. Sexy Red, good evening.
Brown sugar phone. Yeah, no, this is a phone.
Okay.
Hey, sexy.
Hey,
Hey.
I was about to drop you there. Okay.
That's
All right. Okay.
So what are you doing, Muppet?
I'm talking to you, I guess.
No, I was ordering me a chai latte.
You don't seem like the latte type of girl.
I am a latte type of girl.
I expected you to be ordering some OE, maybe some Schlitz.
Oh yeah, I love me some Henny. What you talking about, Willa? I love me some Patron and Henny.
Yeah, that's what I expected.
I have a credible hawk sometimes. You feel what I'm saying?
Some Ripple.
I'm a thug. I am a thug.
Alter Ego says some Ripple. Oh my God.
I am a thug. What are you talking about? And when somebody unalives, I pour OD on their grave. What do you guys know about that shit? You guys ain't from no damn hood.
Mm-hmm. Well, a lot of people don't want to be from the hood. I hear the hood ain't safe.
Hey, I'm from the hood, and I'm proud to be from the hood. You feel what I'm saying?
So let's get on with the topic. A month at war. Trump is giving nothing but positive reviews. They've been obliterated. We've already won. They're 80-90% of their missile capacity is over what? They're begging for a deal, he says. What is your analysis of what you think is going on?
We're just there for the oil and shit, man. There ain't nothing like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's getting on my damn fucking nerves on God.
Wait. What is getting on? You saying a war? What if? Okay, because they suggest that we certainly did not want Iran to become an atomic partner or atomic enemy, rather. I mean, if Trump is stopping them from getting a nuclear weapon, is that not a good thing?
Shut up, man. This ain't about that.
What do you mean it's not about that?
This shit ain't about that, Tim. It's really not about that. It's all about the what is that shit called again? It's about the oil. That's all we're there for.
How do you has Trump said anything about oil? Are you putting things in his mouth? He said that.
Jim, get off your I'm trying to be nice today. See, Jesus was working with me today. I went to God's house today, and I said, okay, I will give the Muppet a chance to be nice. You know what?
You went to God's house, and you called me a Muppet in his house. Did you burst into flames?
I'm not the devil, honey. You're the devil.
Okay, maybe not. I would never call you a devil. Devil is a harsh word.
I hate the devil. I'm an angel. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm a freaky angel.
I mean, maybe something like demon would be a little less harsh.
I'm not no demon. I ain't white tea. I ain't the devil.
I don't like.
I'm a freaky freak. I'm a freaky angel. Because God knows where my heart's at. You know what I'm saying? God knows where my heart's at. So I went to God's house. And then what I said? I said, God, let me have a nice heart today. So I'll be so nice to the ultimate fluffer. No, you can't even be nice to me. You always got to go on your knees for that white man.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, Cedric Haney in the comments says you ain't no damn angel. So how about that?
Actually, I'm a freaky angel. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm taking demon for 200, Alex.
I ain't no demon seed. That shit.
I didn't say it's
seed. That's what my inbox is saying.
I didn't say it's seed. I'm talking about a full-grown plant.
I'm not shit. I ain't no devil. The ones that you be effing with, the ones that you be cupcaking with, they the white tea devil.
What the hell are you talking about?
The white tea devil. I don't fuck with them. They never been inside me. I never kissed their ass. I never even touched their ass.
Well, because you're a racist.
I'm a virgin to that shit. And I'm proud of it too. Thank you.
Proud of being a racist. In the comments.
Hold the fuck on. I know your black ass did not tell me I'm a fucker. Do we have to go through this shit again, Tim? Do we really? See, that's what I was trying to tell you. I was trying to be nice. God said, I tell you, Jesus, he don't work with you. You don't work with me on God, you don't. Because you always say I'm a racist. For one, I can't be a racist. For two, who's the one that made up the racism?
What is that? Some of that stuff is ridiculous. I don't want to. I didn't want to go down this path, but this whole notion.
Give me 1 second, Tim. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, give her a second. She said, "I see the comments. I know," says Tim. I have lived through 8 decades. Never heard of a hiring of an unqualified pilot. No, and they don't have any evidence of that. I guess to me, the whole Charlie Kirk thing made no sense. You're wondering when you get on an aircraft and you see a black pilot, is he qualified? Based on what actual historical press? Well, I heard that airlines were seeking to be diverse. What they call it, a DEI or whatever. Did you hear that they're not trying to train them?
My Alexa.
Okay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. And I see in the comments, how did all that bullshit make people love him so much? Because they love what he was saying, talking about Charlie Kirk. So moving on with the program now. So you think you're so goofy. I swear to God, you're goofy. What the hell are you talking about?
You're goofy, man. Let me tell you this. I'm so sick. Oh, yo, I had to stop for a second because I had to pay for my chai latte, okay? But let me tell you something with your bow-legged, cross-eyed ass.
I'm
so
bow-legged?
sick. Bow-legged, cross-eyed ass. Let me tell you something. I'm so sick of you calling me racist. When you have the mofos on your fucking platform spitting out racism shit, spitting out, I'm proud to be a proud boy. The fat fuck needs a damn oxygen tank on his ass. I know, bitch, I'm not drunk. No, I'm high as shit, but I'm not drunk. But anyway, unfortunately, until tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're talking about Proud Boys and people spewing. You don't think you're racist, huh? You really don't think that's stuff you're saying?
You know what, Bear? When I call a white boy, oh my God, just being racist.
No.
Oh my God, that's being racist. The kind of white boy is not being racist.
Travelman, thank you for the TikTok cap. Thank you, Travelman. Let me ask you, what is a snow roach? What the hell is that?
What do you think a snow roach is? They white.
What? Why are you calling them roaches?
Because they multiply, they never go away.
And that's not racist, huh?
No, they call us N-words. I can't say. They call us chimpanzees. What else they call us, huh?
Travelman, thank you.
They call us, what they call us? They call us the N-word. When they get big nut, oh, you're just an ER. Remember that, Timmy Tim Tim? Hell, they still call your ugly, cross-eyed ass that.
So
on your own damn platform.
Let me just say this: the fact that when I ask you what the snow roach is, your response. Hold on, hang on. Let me get the sentence. Let me get the sentence out. The fact that when I asked you what is a snow roach, you went to they call us the N-word makes it clear you are being racist in revenge. You're doing the same damn thing.
You know what, Tim? I'm so sick of you being on your fucking knees. I'm so sick. You like to push back on me, but you won't push back on the white tea man. But you won't. You like the cock in your mouth. Well, go so power be it, bitch. Go ahead. Be that white cock in your mouth. Now, at the end of the day, bitch, I know I stand on, and I stand with my black folks. I don't stand with the white folks. Nope.
And that ain't racist. And that ain't racist, huh?
I would never bow down to knee to a white man, and you got me fucked up. How about that?
What's your name? What's your name? LaQuisha Kirk? You sound just like him.
I ain't no creature, Kurt. Don't ever put me in the same territory with that white woman.
Thank you.
Alter ego. See, my husband didn't go drip neither, honey.
You sound just like Charlie Kirk, LaQuisha Kirk.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
What are you talking about? You know what, Tim? You know what? Oh my God! You better. I'm coming for you. I gotta be nice because God.
Let's try it like this. Hold on. Hang on. Let me. I'm going to ask one simple question. Hang on a second. Hold on a second. I'm going to ask one simple question. I want to get a yes or no in the comments from everybody that's listening. Do you believe this woman is racist? Yes or no?
I'm not racist. I'm not. I call it bullshit out.
In the comments, type yes or no. Does this woman sound racist to you? And you can look at the. There you go. There's your comment. So. I'm not
racist. You know what, Tim? See, unlike you, I call the white man out. I tell them what the fuck they doing. I call their asses out. I do. You suck cock. You take it up the ass without lube. You are the bitch. You're the Muppet. Okay? You are the Muppet. Now cry like a whole bitch. Because I want you to. Because I'm so sick. You telling me that I'm a fucking racist when you got them on your platform spelling racist shit.
Your statement.
Sit your black ass down somewhere. Oh God. Now you got my gangster coming out. When I was trying to be fucking nice to your ugly, ragged ass, fucking cross-eyed bitch. I was trying to be fucking nice to your ass today. I told God to help me and be nice to your ass. I even got a fucking high to get over here. But no, you have to come for me and tell me I'm fucking racist when you got fucking racist on your goddamn platform, fucking around with your ugly ass and calling you the goddamn N-word. So fuck you and fucking everything about your ugly ass. Today. What you gonna do?
God failed you.
Goddamn fucking thing.
If you ask God to give you peace, he failed you on that.
No, give you peace. No, God should give you some. God should give your fucking blackness back. God should give you and tell you to quit I gotta be fucking nice. Quit drinking your goddamn bleach. That's what you're fucking doing.
Okay, well,
Every fucking time you come for me, Tim. Every damn day you come for me. You on your goddamn knees for the white man. But yet I have to tell you I'm fucking racist when I call their asses out. Get the fuck out of here.
and that's why I said
Fucking ass bitch
that,
and wood.
that's why I said you sound like LaQuisha Kirk. I'm not racist.
Not the white woman. Don't ever do that.
Your statement that I'm not intolerant, I just call people out. That's exactly what the supporters of Charlie Kirk says. He's not intolerant. He just calls and tells you the truth. Same shit. Same statement.
He's lying. You know what? Let me calm down. Whoosh, okay, let me tell you this, okay? And I'm going to try to be as...
Well, Kenneth Jones says I bring the best out of you. Kenneth Jones says you bring the best out of her. So I'm doing a good job.
Let me tell you something. When I do shit, I do it, and I call it ass out. All they're doing to us right now, Tim, is to history repeating itself. I call their asses out. If I call them a white boy, oh, I'm being racist. If I tell them that they're taking Black history out, oh, I'm being fucking racist. Or if I tell them that what they're doing to us, what they're sending ice on us, you're being racist towards the white team man. The white team man made racism. Okay?
Well, Black
team man, shut your ratty raccoon ass up. Shut your ratty raccoon ass up. Get the cock out your damn mouth. You know what? That's what I'm telling your ugly ass. I call the asses out. I call the asses out. And you don't like it.
Appreciate that, Travel Man. Thank you. And by the way, folks, while I'm taking this beating, support the program. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap and hat mustache. Blackjack in the comments says, Mrs. Kirk, how many shots have you had today?
You know what?
Your voice got deep. You started sounding like Lickum Lisa. Your voice got deep.
If I was drunk, your show would have been taken down already.
You started sounding.
I'm high.
You started sounding like Lickum Lisa. Your voice got so low.
Let me tell you something. These motherfuckers can't even drink what I fucking drink because they're too damn broke. And the motherfuckers can't even smoke what I smoke because they're too damn po.
Maybe they just want to remain sober.
Get your ugly ass, get gone. This black woman got your gene, okay? I don't live on food stamps. I don't get. Oh, let me tell you something with your ratchet ass. I seen a white woman on TikTok, blackface. And you know what she was doing on TikTok and doing blackface? Saying that weed was on welfare. Ain't that about a bitch? And I swear up and down, the white T-man, welfare was made for the white T-man back in the day. I swear to God.
Okay.
Because it wasn't for our black asses.
I think you have lost the right to criticize what white people say with all the things you say. You lost credibility on that.
You need to get the cock out your mouth and don't tell me and quit telling me what the fuck I need to do. And quit trying to check me. You need to check your black ass and come back to reality that they don't like your ugly ass. That's what you need to fucking do. Don't ever come at me and tell me what I need to be talking about.
So they don't like me, but I'm supposed to believe you do?
I couldn't marry you on a fucking bad day. I couldn't be in the same household with you. I'll get DV on my fucking head because I couldn't stand a motherfucking ninja like your ass kissing a white man's ass. You got me fucked up. My husband would never. He was pro-black as you could ever get. Your ass is like what? A cracker pro-black. You
know what might do you right? A good
don't even go there, Tim.
A good slamming by a nice white gentleman. You need a white stud in your life. That's what you need.
Hold the fuck up. I know your ugly ass did not say I need some ding-a-ling from a woman.
I'm just saying.
Let me trash. Hold the fuck up. No. I will go straight ass lesbian. I will go strictly no dickly, no coochie, nothing. I'll buy me a fucking toy before a white man ever touches me.
How about a nice, good-looking military hero with the square jaw like Pete Hegseth looking at you looking up at him with all them tattoos? That would turn you on.
No uncooked protein will be ever in my vajayjay. Never. It has to be chocolate, and it has to be BBC. Ain't no, but oh, God. God, you don't make me so up, and I'm in my damn car. Now, you need to stop. You like the uncooked protein. You like Melania Trump looking, roast beef looking ass down there. That's what you like. You need to go cupcaking up with that shit. Not me.
Well,
you got me this all chocolate this way.
Well, I've made it clear. We've seen photos of Melania unclothed. She does not look bad. She doesn't look ugly. Melania Trump doesn't look ugly.
Jim, let's keep it real. You a fucking stop. You would fuck a hole in the fucking wall if it had some pink pussy on it. You would fuck that. You would fuck anything. Me? Hell no, I got standards. If it ain't chocolate, it don't melt in my mouth, you ain't touching it. You got me fucked up. You got me so fucked up. No. I can't even get drunk enough to fuck that.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and move.
No, you know what, Tim?
Real quick, I'm going to go ahead and move on. Go ahead. I'll give you the last word. They took her off. I kind of felt it was coming, so I was going to let her wrap it up, but unfortunately, the TikTok censors dropped her before she could get to that. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 45,000. Auntie on the loose, says Beast World. Now, getting back to the actual fucking show, Gangsta Grandma has a way of taking us into a topic of sexual chocolate, if you know what I mean. But anyway, tap the screen, get the likes up to 45,000. And we're talking about this is the first month of being at war in the Middle East. Pizza Lover says, worst guest ever. I don't know about that, Pizza Lover. Gangsta Grandma has gotten pissed off for me calling her out on certain things, namely being a racist, and she's left the program a couple times. And a lot of folks requested her back. Some folks even reached out to her directly asking her to come back. So there are a lot of folks that like her. You may not be one of them, but understand there's a lot of folks that really like Gangsta Grandma. She has nothing good to say, says Pizza Lover. Depends on who you are. A lot of folks agree with what she's saying. When she's tearing me apart, a lot of folks are agreeing with her and not me. But that's how it is on the free speech program. Anyway, tap the screen, get us up to 45,000. We'll take the next caller. We don't block, ban, or censor, as you just probably realized with my last caller. This is an open forum. Our comments go left of AOC to I'm having dinner with Nick Fuentes, like President Trump did in his first term. Anyway, we are always MAGA friendly, always will be. That's Esther from Sanford and Son. Now, I got another guest that really does sound like her. There's a lot of people who think like her, Black radio sells it. True. I don't know about Black radio, but there are people that think like her. I'm sure of that. No, you know why some Black men, many white women, less. Oh, wow. That's a controversial comment coming from Michael back. He says, you know why some Black men marry white women? They're less problematic. Ooh, that's MC Hammer says, can't touch that. Your racist chat like her because she says the racism they want to say. That's what it boils down to. Stevie D, I don't disagree that there are people who I won't say galvanize, who gravitate to, that's the word I'm looking for. There are people who gravitate to those who say what they want to say, but maybe they're not in a position to say it themselves because of employment. They don't want to ostracize their family or something like that. So there are people like that. For instance, Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes, as I bring up, them folks have an audience of people that probably don't talk like they do, but feel the way they do. Well, you're right. It happens on the left as well. It happens with people of color as well. But yeah, you're right. I'll give you an example. Find any African-American that holds a platform where he or she, but it's usually he, just always bashes the antics and behaviors of African-Americans. A Black person that all they're doing is talking about bad behavior by Black people. Look at their audience. Look at their audience. It's full of those kind of people you're talking about. Folks who agree, but ain't going to come out and say that. It's full of those kind of people. Candace Owens was like that in the beginning. Now she's branched out in a lot of other directions. But Candace Owens, her claim to fame came that way. There's a guy, Andre something. I can't think of his last name. Somebody in the comments let me know. But he's an African-American. Andre Williams or something like that. He's an African American that all you see him doing is bashing black folks. All of his videos are like that. There's a guy on TikTok, another guy, Wolf Hat. He's an African American he wears a hat that's like a wolf or a wolf's tail. All you see his videos, he's bashing African American behavior. So you don't hear him talking about, well, here's a college where the whole graduating class were graduated with honors. Here's a HBCU. None of that. It's all negative stuff. It's all negative stuff. Officer Tatum, yeah, there's plenty of those folks out there. Hodge twins, you're pointing, yeah. So look at their audiences. It's the same kind of folks what Stevie was talking about. People who want to say this stuff, but they're in a position where they don't feel comfortable doing it, so they gravitate towards somebody else that's doing it. And I do agree with you, Stevie. It happens on the left as well. Going back to the box, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. You know what I always say, support the program. Going to Travelman, never heard of them. I hope I never do. They're big on YouTube. The Hodge twins. They're Travelman. Good evening.
I can't hear you. Drop me down. I have to come back up. I can't hear you.
Okay, fair enough. I'll move on and we'll try it in a minute. I'll skip guess and then maybe it'll help out. Tap the screen. We'll go to I think that says do some. Charleston White. Yeah, Charleston White is starting to slowly come back though. Charleston White pointed out because somebody told Charleston White that, can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me okay? Make sure I can get audio. I know on the other platforms, but on TikTok, let me know if you can hear me on TikTok just to make sure it's working. Yeah, okay. Charleston White started pushing back because they told Charleston White that he was kind of like the black version of Charlie Kirk. And it was coming from white members that support him because he was bashing the antics and behavior of black so much. And he spoke up and said, no, he said, I am not the Charlie Kirk because I point out bad behavior and bad people on my side. You know, he said, look, when you look at Charlie Kirk, he ain't pointing out, no, he's pointing out black people. He's not pointing out anybody that's doing things wrong that's white. He's attacking black people. So he said, no, I can't be the Charlie Kirk for black people because Charlie Kirk ain't doing what I'm doing. Charlie Kirk is bashing the same people I'm bashing. He ain't bashing his own kind. He's not pointing out problems with his own people. Like, you know, Charleston White might point out problems with the woke left and stuff like that, or the LGBT or the trans stuff. He's a black person perceived to be liberal, pointing out flaws in the liberal community. Charlie Kirk was not doing that for his side. So he was like, no, this guy is hanging around some of the worst. So he kind of came back with that. Thank you for that, Galaxy Stevie D. Appreciate that. He was worse, bro, says Travelman. Worse in what way? Let me go back to the box. And thank you, Stevie D, for that, Galaxy. I appreciate that. We'll try it again with Byron Martin. What's up with these orange zombie syndromes that is going on with MAGA? What is an orange zombie syndrome? What is that? Byron, good evening. Byron, are you there? He's there and then he's not. Apparently not. Let's try it again with Travelman. Did Travelman come back? No. I will go to Tamar, New Jersey's best. I don't know. Did TikTok fuck around with my live guest thing? Got the gangster grandma? Tamar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, there we go. I was having problems bringing up guests. Okay, so first month at war. What say you? Because Trump is saying it's going very well. Scale of 1 to 10, it's a 15. We've already won. We've obliterated them. They're begging for a deal, says President Trump.
This is not a war, Tim. And if you say so otherwise, that's un-American.
Yeah, and real quick in the comments, Miss Mobetti said you were number 2. No, it was actually my first guest in Gangster Grandma. When I first got on, those are the 2 people that were there. You weren't there, so you weren't number 2 at that point. So you're saying if you say it's a war, well,
you're not supporting America.
No, I get the sarcasm, but you could be supporting America and calling it a war simultaneously, could you not?
No, I don't think so.
Is it a war?
You hear me? No, I don't think so.
What do you think?
I think it's a war.
Okay.
I think it's a war, but You know, that's what they're saying that it's not. But
Well,
even though he goes on TV saying war all the time, talking about it.
And I was gonna say the same thing. King Mo in the comments is saying, didn't Trump call? Yeah, Trump is calling it a war. That's his supporters, because folks are saying what he has gotten us in is an illegal war without going to Congress. So his supporters are trying to defend him by saying it's not a war, but Trump is all over TV calling it a war.
Yeah, except when he was at that speech the other day, the Republican one. The one where he said, you know, we can't say the word war, but
yeah. I'll tell you this. I brought this up before, that deserting the military during the time of war, an act of treason or whatever the case may be, could be punishable by as much as death. But if someone serving in the military became a conscientious objector, or they took the path of what is the guy's name that just left, Joe Ken or whatever, that left his administration, saying that this war was unjust. If you're in the military and you leave and just say I'm not fighting, which would be treason, if they try to charge you with desertion during war, I suppose your defense could say, well, the president said it's not a war. So it would limit the amount of punishment.
That's true.
Yeah, dereliction of duty, but that's better than treason.
This whole mess it's just crazy. This administration is unbelievable. We've got possibly one of the most unqualified guys in Whiskey Pete. And then you got the Cash in the FBI. He's unqualified. I'm going to say Pam Bondi's unqualified. So the three of the most important positions, we've got possibly the most unqualified people in history.
I might be willing to work with you on Cash and Hexel. Pam Bondi is actually qualified. The problem is she let herself be corrupted to become a loyalist. I mean, so she's probably
unqualified.
Well, no, I mean, you just went left. I mean, it's like
left. She went to hell.
I mean, it's like. I mean, it's like to go with the Charlie Kirk analogies we've been doing. Let's say, for instance, you're a really qualified pilot, but you just decide to commit suicide one day while flying. I mean, he was qualified up until he did that shit. Pam Bondi was qualified up until she became a loyalist.
She must have got a lot of money for doing some of the stuff she did or something, because she's definitely losing her license to practice law. So she must be getting a very nice payday on the back end or something.
Well, I think one of the areas,
entire career away.
I think one of the areas that they are making a lot of money is from insider trading related stuff. I mean, Trump is televising his moves before doing them to folks that are within the administration. Yeah, people, they all are getting a ton of money. They're all getting a bunch of money.
Last week was that, right? When somebody made a whole bunch of money off of Trump saying that there was a pause in the war, basically, and this is the most uncorrupt administration I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's challenging. I mean, I heard about 10%
dinners at the White House. Remember last year? I think when they first he had like $1 million plate dinner at the White House
to get access to him.
Investors or something like that.
Yep. I mean, listen, I heard about Biden's son and Burisma and 10% to the big guy. This stuff is on a whole new level. I mean, I think all politicians at that level do some corrupt shit to a certain degree. It's just that with Trump, they're not even trying to hide it. I mean, they've been out in the open with it.
Like, how do you, honestly, in your honest opinion, how do you fix this? When, let's just say, it's Gavin Newsom, Boucher, or whoever, president. Like, what's the first thing that you adjust to fix in the next administration?
Well, a lot of it's going to fix itself, because the next president is not going to have the public and the politicians, Congress, Senate, and governors. They're not going to be as loyal to the next politician, whether it's Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio. None of them are going to get this kind of loyalty. And so that right there will stop them from backing some of this stuff.
That's true, but I'm talking about, like, as far as like relationships with other people, all the research that's been lost, have fallen out of place with the renewable energies. Like, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be That's going to be years that's been messed up because of him. So when you come into a new administration, God knows how it's going to look in 3 years from now.
It's going to be challenging. I mean, it's going to be. I mean, some things will be corrected. Others, you're right, like relationships and contracts and deals that have been lost. It may span beyond our lifetime to correct some of this. I mean, like
the dollar might be lost by the main currency by the time Trump is out.
You said what?
The new president comes in. Like basically, the dollar might fall off as being the world's currency by the time Trump is done, because it can happen.
That ain't too far fetched to say. The way Trump is, I'm still wondering if FIFA and the World Cup is going to be hosted here. I don't see if I was over that, there's no way I would hold that in the United States.
Yeah, you got ICE at the airports. I don't know how long that's going to last, but I have a feeling even if they start paying the TSA people, they might possibly keep ICE at the airports too.
Well, if they go to the airports and they don't treat it like Minneapolis, it could work. They're not wearing masks, if they don't go and rough people up and talk to people like shit and tell them, if you raise your voice at me, I'll take your voice. If they don't get caught doing all that crazy shit like they did in Minnesota, which I believe in Minnesota, Bovino gave them instructions that they had free reign that they did not have when they were operating in cities like New Orleans and Memphis. They were told they were going to Minnesota on a mission. These are fucking blue-haired liberals that, they're undermining us. We're going to go there and show them a thing or two. They went there on a mission like goons. They didn't go to New Orleans or any of these other cities that Trump sent them to behaving like goons. That's why they had so much problems in Minnesota and not in other places.
That's true. I actually heard somebody say that them putting ICE in the airports was like part of Project 25 too, because I see somebody in the comments saying that too. But
it depends on how they behave. That's what even in Minnesota, if they had one in Minnesota and perform the duties of immigration officials without all of the harshness and the goon-like mentality, it would have went smooth. I mean, you didn't have these problems when they went in Memphis. When they went in New Orleans, you didn't have those problems, and there's a bunch of liberals in those cities. They went in that town, and they were told, if anybody fucks with you, teach them a lesson. I mean, they went in that town with authorization to be immune, basically, because J.D. Vance took to social media and said, don't forget you got immunity while you're there. I mean, so...
I wonder why.
Right.
Minnesota was that bad of a place that they had to go in there like that.
Because the Somali,
Minnesota.
Because you got Tim Walz, you got the Somali population. Mayor Fry of Minneapolis was speaking negatively of Trump. It's just a sea of liberalism, just like Chicago gets bashed all the time by the right, because it's a sea of liberalism. Gun laws, connection to Obama, Democrat governor, Democrat mayors. I mean, it's a great target because it's all enemies.
That's true.
So
that's true.
Yeah. And with Tim Walz as governor of that state, it's the same thing.
Yeah, that's true, because he really doesn't like that guy.
Right.
But the crazy thing is everybody got prosecuted and arrested that was doing that fraud.
It never was about the fraud. Because I tell you, when they were in Minneapolis going after, and by the way, you never heard ICE really messing with Somalis at all. But the thing about it is, you got a lot of noise in the background there. Sound like you, When ICE was in Minneapolis, Trump was pardoning big time fraudsters like once a week when they were there. So it never was about fraud. Trump don't pardon a whole lot of white collar fraudsters.
Did he? He pardoned somebody he didn't even know who he was.
Yeah,
Asian guy.
I mean,
and he admitted that he didn't know.
So why would you pardon somebody you don't know because somebody don't promise you something for doing it? Why would you risk your reputation and pardon somebody you don't even know? It's because somebody you favor that's looking out for you in some way, fashion, or form said, pardon this guy. And you did it.
Because it was all about the money.
Yeah, I can't even believe he would admit that, though. Why would you come out and admit you pardon? I mean, can you imagine one of these liberal judges letting out an illegal immigrant or a felon, and that person go and do something? Well, I didn't really know him very well. I mean,
they would go fucking
ballistic.
They would go ballistic.
Yeah, they would be getting a rope like somebody wasn't serving paste pecani sauce. I don't get how he can say this kind of stuff and the right be like, yeah, he's a great guy. Like, what? You don't know a guy you're pardoning?
Mm-hmm. Didn't Israel attack Iran? Didn't they blow up like 3 steel things or something like that? Still like their 3 largest steel factories in doing Israel just did it like a couple days, like yesterday.
I'm not for certain, but it sounds like Israel will starve you to death. There is nothing in your country that is off limits to Israel. They literally will bomb like places that feed folks. I mean, what they did to Gaza shows that. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, those aren't even military targets though.
Yeah.
And Iran's, those are basically war crimes, especially if he's talking about hitting their energy. He's blatantly talking about committing a war crime.
Well, that's where you're hearing the notion that if Trump doesn't win the midterms, they're going to lock him up and all of this stuff and why they're saying that, which I actually believe that's true, that the liberals will try to at the very least impeach him, at the worst lock him up, because I believe the boats off the coast of Venezuela, if they don't prove that, I believe some of that stuff is a war crime, especially the one where they claim they double tapped the boat where the folks were floating at sea. So you just killed 2 stragglers. I don't see how that's not considered a crime.
And he's giving them elbow. Oh, you don't see too many boats in the Caribbean anymore. Like, wow. Like, you just, bro, if it does happen, they've got more than enough stuff to get him.
Yeah, I mean, his mouth has not helped him out. I mean, whether you're striking Iran and you're posting pictures with cartoons and rap music and stuff, it just looks like you kind of enjoy killing. That's the way it looks to me. Like you kind of enjoy killing people. Huh?
Somebody just said war crimes and they put LOL. I lost it. I can't find them.
I don't know, but I mean, like I said, if we're at war and we take out, let's say for instance, one of our submarines takes out an enemy destroyer, like what happened in Iran a couple weeks ago. If you take out the boat and folks are floating at sea now that you don't destroy the vessel, you can't come along and strafe them, which is what a double tap essentially was. That's a war crime. You can't. I mean, this person is helpless. They're at sea. They're helpless.
They bragged about it.
Yeah,
they bragged about how they killed him. Yeah. Whiskey Pete did. He bragged about how they took them out. Saying that there's no restraints and shit like that.
Well, how about this though?
They're not following the regular war codes, basically.
How about this though?
What you said?
At the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned long-lasting damage that President Trump has done and how we could maybe, what kind of way could we possibly repair this stuff? That could be one way, is showing the world if he actually did commit a double tap, we're going to offer, his accountability for this as an olive branch to show the world we are not like, I mean, if he's allowed to continue living a rich life until he finally passes away or whatever. Let's say he served 4 years and he's still out there somewhere living very lavishly. I mean, if he actually ordered a double tap, which is a war crime, that could be one way to show the world we're serious. We're actually going to hold him accountable for doing that, because that is a war crime.
At least the people in his administration, or at least the people that involved in it.
Well, it goes right up to the top. It goes right up to the top because he's made it clear that he saw it and he's okay with it.
I don't think he's gonna do no time. I
don't think he's gonna do any time either. But I'm saying that is one way. If you want to get the world to believe we really want to atone for what has happened over the last few years or several years, depending on what. This is one way to convince folks, because, just simply saying we're sorry, we've done a lot of damage. It may not be enough.
Some of these laws. The next person got to change some of these laws. Like, I think what y'all was saying about Jasmine Crockett, I think she would be a good attorney, AG. I think she would be good at that. She knows the law. She would go after some of these people from this administration too.
Well, I don't disagree that she would probably be, she's a partner in the law firm. I don't disagree that she would be a good lawyer. But when you start targeting one side, that's when I have a problem with it, because that's what Pam Bondi is doing. When you start deliberately taking out revenge, now obviously this side
you gotta hold these people accountable.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Administration got to get. You cannot allow this to happen. You got to change some of the powers of the presidency. I don't know how to go about it, but you cannot have what's happening right now, because this has been. They're taking every loophole and every law and twisting it and pushing it to the limit, and actually just doing stuff over like they know they're not even leaving. Like they're doing stuff like they know. I don't care. We do not care what we're doing because we're not leaving. We're going to turn this into a one-party country, and that's going to be that. It's going to be MAGA. And the only time you're going to have a Democrat will be at the government level, like this each state.
That ain't going to last, but that ain't going to last either. I mean, if it does turn into a one-party state like you're talking about, the Democrats at the gubernatorial level would not last. I mean, there's a lot of things the right want, like, an abortion ban nationwide. A liberal government is not going to authorize that. So it would eventually have to be a full right-wing country. It would just...
Yeah, well, eventually it will get there, but it will get there, and it will be like, it won't be even the actual regular, regular Republicans or conservatives. They probably will be just going to just be MAGA and just that.
Well, Sam, everybody is, even if you think Trump is a bad guy, however folks may feel about it, people tend to be okay with the bad guy when they're benefiting from his antics. Like the drug dealer on the block that hands out turkeys and shit at Christmas time. And because we're on the block, he makes sure no drama's happening on this block to keep the heat down. People are okay with it. I mean, just like the mob boss that may have looked out for folks. I mean, if Trump is looking out for MAGA, and that's their belief, is that, yeah, he might be doing a few things to the libs that we would never want the libs to do to us. But at the same time, he's going to put us on top. I mean, he's looking out for it. Yeah, he's skirting some laws, but it's in the best interest of us.
Yeah, I feel you. I don't know. I just never seen administration run like this, and I never thought I would see something like this in my lifetime. And his second term is like the revenge tour times 10. Like he comes with all the good classic hits.
I've never seen a politician as vengeful as I mean, like I said, he did campaign on being vengeful, though. He said, I was going to be your retribution president. So you can't, his promises made, promises kept. It ain't like he didn't tell you he was going to do it. I mean, he made it clear he was going to do this stuff.
Did you see how he was screaming at the Supreme Court people, about the Supreme Court people, about them being corrupt and everything? On Thursday, I think it was.
Yeah. Anytime you don't rule in his favor. Yeah, anytime you don't rule in his favor, you're corrupt.
Yeah.
Every single judge that is ruled against Trump is either an activist, a radical left, or corrupt. Everyone, he does not believe any of his rulings should go south. They all should be in his favor. If you don't rule in his favor, you get attacked. That's just the way he has always been.
I tell you, man. And one more thing. If I have a feeling, if they try to take, what's it called, Cork Island or whatever, that island,
Cork Island, yeah.
There. If we try to take that island, say, and they can't, and Iran can't actually hold it,
they'll destroy it.
What's saying they won't just? Yeah. What's saying they won't just? If we can't have it, you can't either.
I said that on the live before last live. I said that it's probably booby trap, all of that shit. And if once you do take it over and we're no longer on it, expect that shit to go blow boom. I mean, yeah, I believe that. I mean, it ain't like Trump is not advertising his moves. Everybody at this point in Iran is probably expecting us to show up.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to get ugly. I think he kind of wants that so that he can get people to rally around
the country
or around for support.
Would they though?
Losing.
You think he'll gain independence, and you think independence and some liberals would rally towards Trump once we start getting our asses kicked by Iran at all?
I mean, I don't think so, but that's they're like kids. They think like children, so no telling what they think.
Well, I got to move it on, but I'll just tell you this. You're never going to know you're getting your ass kicked from Iran because Trump is going to be painting it as we're always winning. So even if it's happening, you won't know because his words is always going to be positive. Appreciate it. Tomorrow I got to drop. Thank you.
All right, Tim.
All right, moving on with the program. He doesn't have to advertise his moves. Objectives are clear in this war. Are they? Are they clear? He started out by saying it was about regime. Well, first of all, some of the shit he started out by saying is moved. It was protesters that were being executed. And Trump said if they continue doing that, the bombs are going to start dropping. So we were liberating protesters. Obviously, we don't want them to obtain a nuclear weapon. That's been the United States MO for decades. So protesters, we were there to liberate protesters, stop them from getting a nuclear weapon, and we wanted regime change that Trump had say-so in. Those are the three objectives Trump gave for going into Iran. Those aren't going to happen. We're not going to get regime change. Obviously you're going to get regime change because he's killed at least the top two levels of government there. But regime change that Trump has say-so in, that ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. Liberating protesters is insane. That's ridiculous. You're talking about bombing power plants and bombing their energy fields and shit like that, driving the country into extreme poverty and possibly darkness. And you think the protesters there are going to say, yay, the United States is finally here to help us? No. You're going to, because everybody in the country ain't protesting. But when you start bombing them into the Stone Age, now everybody in the country is affected. Financially, health-wise, stress-wise. Innocent folks are dying like at the school full of girls or whatever. I mean, all of that. They're not going to view Americans as liberators doing that shit. If we took out the Ayatollah and the government and left the rest of the country alone, maybe, but the way Trump is doing it, posting photos and videos, laughing at killing people and shit like that, there's no way they're going to view that as liberation. He's like, we're actually over here making jokes about killing you. So the liberation era is over with. So I don't see any of that part. So the liberation portion is over with. We're not going to replace their regime with somebody that favors America. We can stop them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. That's probably the only thing we can do. The rest of that other shit ain't gonna happen. I love the Iranian troll videos about Trump. Man, that's the Lego one, LOSER, the loser one. Man, that actually was well put together. I mean, that song actually sounds decent. Like, who helped you do this? Like, who is your like? I want to know who rapped that. If you've heard of that LOSER song, AI can now get AI to make some pretty good shit that sounds legit. Because if that's where it came, first thing I'm thinking, like, did they find somebody to? Yes, somebody open it. Did they find someone? Because the person obviously sounds black and American. Because there are black rappers in UK and shit like that. I used to listen to them when I was in Australia and in UK. And you can hear the accent. This sounds like somebody in the hood rapping that song. So AI did a good job if it was AI. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, well, what's happening in Venezuela? Are they now working with us? I would never underestimate Trump, but I do realize the Mideast is a different animal. I don't think I think what's going on in Venezuela is they took out Maduro and replaced him with a woman that don't want to be Maduro. That's it. I don't think the people in Venezuela are suddenly doing much better or the country is flowing. None of that. I think we took out Maduro, put another person in power that was from his administration. I think the vice president. It's a woman. And she's just simply going along to get along because they don't threaten her. Trump even came out and told her, like, you can be next. Just like he told the leader of Colombia. I'll just tell you this from a bully standpoint. There are bullies that successfully bully people. And then there's a few people out there that stand up to bullies. But they always do have people that bow down. Iran is standing up. Yes, I am. I know some of my MAGA folks don't like hearing this, but yeah, I am saying that Trump is a bully. I mean, all of Trump's demands come with threats. Since he's been president, he's constantly threatening. That's how he gets shit done, is he threatens you When he was trying to get the Democrats to work with the Republicans, he threatened to put ICE in the airports. He didn't say, well, we'll just do this while they're figuring things. No, he threatened, started mentioning arresting Somalis or whatever, started talking about Ilhan Omar. He uses threats. That's how he gets shit done, by threatening people. So as I'm saying, there are folks who bow down to bullies, and there's always a few that stand up to them. Fortunately for Trump, far, far, far more people bow down to him. I don't think all of the Republican Congress and Senate agree with some of the things he's doing. They're bowing down to him. They're bowing down to him because they see what happens to the likes of Mike Pence or Adam Kinzinger or Liz Cheney or Marjorie Taylor Greene. So they bow down to him. But once Trump is no longer in power, maybe he's passed on and MAGA is not as strong as it is right now, a lot of them are going to be writing books telling you how frightened they were. And, you know, he threatened my family. So because they're going to have to do something to prevent themselves from being held accountable. Just like when January 6th prosecution started happening, a lot of them, well, you know, Trump told us to do it. I mean, they started bringing up shit to defend themselves. The Republican Congress and Senate are going to be doing that. Some of them probably have letters that are printed out where, you know, they didn't agree with some policy that Trump was doing and they were going to speak out and probably received a letter or fax or something threatening them. Some of them probably have saved those letters. If you do this, I'm going to do this to you. If that happens, you can expect this to happen. You're going to hear about all this stuff once he is out of power. You know, looking in the comments, bullies always run and hide when you fight back. I don't know about he's at a position of power that is so great. I don't think he's going to run and hide, so to speak. But the Iranian war, for instance, is one of those where we're kind of backed into a corner on that. That's going to go on for a while. Obviously, now Trump is claiming that the Iranians are begging for a deal. I'm not seeing that. And they're claiming that that's not true. The Iranians are denying. We're not true. Why would we make a deal with you? We made a deal with Obama and you broke that one. Why would we think that you're going to hold to the deal we make with you? The Iranians are not interested in making a deal with Trump. Just logical wise, why would you? The guy is making jokes about killing you, talking about, well, we just keep bombing our little hearts out. You want to make a deal with that guy? Does he sound like somebody who you make a deal with, may not decide? We know the terms we made. Maybe I messed up there. Let's do it this way. And if you don't, he's threatening to bomb you again, which is why you heard Iran state, the only way we ever do this is we got to make it so that America does not attack us again. And they asked to speak to, I think they want to negotiate with J.D. Vance. They don't even want to talk to Trump. The guy is literally making jokes about killing you. Why would you want to negotiate with that guy? That guy don't care about you. Anyway, tap the screen. As always, get us on up to 85 or 80,000. We'll take the next caller at 80. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to smash that like button. Looking in the comments, it sounds more like a white rapper to me. Really? You think that Iranian video sounds okay? Well, it sounds like an American. Let's put it that way. Trump knew how to get out of Vietnam War with his bone spurs, but this one is a little harder. Yeah, he moved too quick in this. Are you telling us that the world's strongest nation in the world should be passive and let other countries run us over? We became the strongest nation in the world for being strong, not weak. No, I'm not saying you should let other nations run you over. But I think a lot of folks in America believe that Trump is claiming nations are running us over that are not doing that. Such as you see members in his own administration that resigned and said, these people are not a threat to the United States. Iran was not, Venezuela absolutely was not running us over. Venezuela wasn't running us over. Greenland ain't running us over. He's threatening people that ain't running us over at all. Iran was not running us over. They were trying to develop a bomb. Yeah, they're saying death to America. He's joking about killing them. What's the difference? So, I don't know. I mean, he's calling Somali garbage. What's the difference between death to America and calling the country garbage? I mean, so, I don't know. I mean, unless it's just a matter of our shit don't stink and theirs do. My God, protect President Trump and the United States of America on behalf of the people of Iran. May God protect President Trump and the United States of America on behalf of the people of Iran, says Donald Trump 2020. Good luck with that one. I don't look, if there's one thing I can say with confidence, we don't give a fuck about the people of Iran. This whole we're there to liberate them bullshit, we don't give a fuck about those people. Now, we may be genuinely there to stop them from developing a nuclear weapon, to take out their leadership, like the Ayatollah and those folks that we don't agree with. We don't give a fuck about the Iranian people. I say this on every live. If a few Iranians leaving that oppressive government, I don't know, jumped on the bottom of a boat or got up in the wheel well of an aircraft or something and made their way to the United States and went to the Trump administration, went to an embassy or wherever the hell you go and pleaded for asylum. We're coming from an oppressive regime. You're even on TV telling us how oppressive. We wouldn't let them stay. We would not let them stay. We don't give a shit about those people. The idea that MAGA suddenly cares about Iranians when you were totally favorable to cutting off USAID, you don't care about them people. That's just something to tug at the heartstrings to hopefully get more people to side with what we're doing in Iran. But we don't give a shit about the Iranian people. How do we go from America first to, well, let's take care of the Iranians? Make that make sense. The people from Iran give a shit. Yeah, but we don't give a shit about them. We don't care nothing about if they rise up against their regime or not. We don't care nothing about if their regime is oppressing them or not. We don't care nothing about any of that shit. If they got in a leader that was favorable to Trump, favorable to the United States, did not develop a nuclear weapon, let us inspect to make sure they weren't developing a nuclear weapon, we wouldn't give a shit about how they were oppressing their citizens. We make deals with the Saudis and they kill women for infidelity. You can't even be gay in the country and survive. And we make deals with them all the time. We don't care about people oppressing citizens, goddammit. Trump went over and shook Kim Jong-un's hand and talked about how great of a meeting he had with Kim Jong. They killed family members for speaking out. Kim Jong-un kills family members for speaking out. You don't hear Trump saying nothing about that. All of a sudden, when it comes to Iran, we suddenly care about a nation that's being oppressed. He's making friends with oppressive nations. How many times has he said Putin is a genius? Putin is a great leader. You think there's no oppression going on in Russia? Putin kills his adversaries. He wins all elections because the guy running against him usually dies. He speaks favorably of that guy. He don't care nothing whatsoever about people being oppressed. That to me, that's comedy. Anyway, looking in the comments before we move on to the next caller. Tap the screen. Are we at 80? Get us on up to 80. Who the fuck is America to decide who makes nuclear and who not? That's a legitimate question to ask. No, it's not about the Iranian people, but it's to their advantage what's happening. I don't even think it's going to be to their advantage. Like I said, once you get in a leadership that works with the United States, all effort to stop oppression is going to cease. This is very similar to what happened in Venezuela. It's all about stopping fentanyl to curtail the drug trade in America. Once we did what we wanted to do in Venezuela, you don't hear Trump talking about stopping fentanyl anymore. You think that ended it? You think blowing up about a dozen boats destroyed $1 billion industry? You don't hear him talking about fentanyl at all. So they're just using these 80-20 issues that people agree with to get in the door to do shit that people probably wouldn't agree with, which is taking over. You don't hear him talking nothing about fentanyl. And once we're done with Iran, you're not going to hear a damn thing else about saving Iranian citizens from oppression. Just like when we got done with Iraq, you don't hear, he's killing his own people. Nobody's talking about the condition of life in Iraq now. Nobody cares. It was never about that. It ain't even a war, says Truth Now. Well, then you need to talk to your president because he keeps saying it is. They give out free noodles here if it floats your boat. Don't know what that means. Let me go back to the box. We'll make it happen with John 3:16. Are we going biblical now? John, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. Good to have you on. Do you agree with me in suggesting that this has nothing to do with liberating Iranians?
Well, I think that was the going thing he said to start with.
Yeah.
He did. To be honest, he did say that to start with.
Well, he started out by saying we also obliterated their nuclear ambitions and we set them back decades. He said they're not going to want to develop a nuclear weapon at all. I mean, he said plenty of things.
You sure you don't want to talk about the greatest president of all time?
Who would that be?
Donald Trump.
I think you're being sarcastic.
Some say he is the greatest president of all time.
What say you?
Greatest president. Listen, did you see the No Kings Parade?
Yeah, wait a minute. So you do agree he's the greatest president?
Absolutely.
Okay. I've seen many No Kings protests. What about it?
I thought they had a hell of a turnout, man. Did you see all those people?
Yeah.
They had a hell of a turnout.
Well,
and I would like to go on a record as saying they were extremely successful.
Well, we
have yet to have a king in America.
Well, the right suggests that they were paid protesters.
Paid or not, they did their job, dude. We have not had one king in America so far. Yeah, well, I'm proud of them. They're doing a great job. Maybe next year they could do a protest, and it could be no crooked politicians protest. Because that would knock out almost all of the Democratic Party, but still.
So let me ask you this: so if you did a no crooked politicians protest and you knocked out all of the Democrat Party, so you're only left with Republican politicians, would that end the corruption in your opinion?
No, man. Come on. I've told you before, they're all corrupt. They all get paid by AIPAC.
All right. So in other words, if they did it,
I'm just fucking.
I know, and I'm just holding you to it. That's why I know you are, but I gotta hold you to it when you say something like that.
Yeah, no, dude. Listen, it actually was a pretty impressive turnout they had. I'll give them props. I mean, the fact that we never had a king and they look silly as shit had nothing to do with it, but it was an impressive turnout.
I don't know. To me, no kings is akin to stop the steal. I mean, they're protesting. Nothing's being stolen. There's no no proof, no nothing that anything was being stolen and they didn't have any proof at all. Only 2 months after the election on January 6th, but yet they were saying stop the steal.
Let me ask you a question about the No Kings protest. Maybe you would know. I honestly don't. Let's say a Democrat wins the presidency. Are they still going to have the No Kings protest?
If a Democrat wins the presidency and they're acting like they want to be a king, they should have it, yes.
Yeah, they should have it, but will they have
well,
it?
You would, they would.
Let's say Gavin Newsom, which is one of the most crooked politicians there is, runs with AOC and they win the White House. Are they still going to do the No Kings protest?
If they get in there and they got a loyal DOJ and they got all this loyalty, yeah, it would be on the right. You would probably have far more right-wing protesters, but there would absolutely be a No Kings protest.
Well, at least we know if it was a right protest, we wouldn't be burning down cities and shit like that.
Still, me and Maga Reacts talked about that. I cannot find a single city that burned. What do you guys talking about cities? What he said? All the people there died.
Right, and I'm going to apologize. Because I should be more specific. Police stations and looting stores and burning down stores and my favorite one of all, when they took a couple of blocks of a city and turned it into their own little thing, man, that's a different kind of special they were working with.
But you're conflating. Okay, the Chaz, what you're talking about, I think that happened in Portland where they took a few. That was Antifa. That's not BLM. So you guys are just lumping all of these events up.
I apologize. That was who?
Antifa.
That was who?
Antifa.
That was Antifa, and Antifa just. Because I don't know much about Antifa. Antifa, they're Republican or Democrat.
I'll play your game with you. They are anti-fascist, and you guys were calling Biden a fascist. So they weren't Democrats.
Okay, so they're progressives.
No, they might be Republicans.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Are they Republicans?
I don't, you know, something to be, no, hold on. Here, this is a good question. I'll tell you, it's just like with BLM. A lot of these motherfuckers don't vote at all conservative. A lot of these, just like they say BLM are Democrats, a lot of these guys are not even, these folks breaking into Best Buy and stealing TVs. A lot of them folks ain't even 18. They're not old enough to vote. Others are felons. Many of them don't participate in elections at all.
They're just in it. They're
opportunists.
Chaos.
Yeah, they're opportunists.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna give you that one because honestly, I don't know about them.
Yeah.
But I did want to mess with you on the No Kings protest, dude. That was hilarious. I'm sorry. There was an impressive turnout for country that has never had a king, but still.
But that's how.
As far as your topic goes, hold
on. Before we move to the topic. I don't get how the No Kings protest, when we've never had a king, as you say, is so unusual. When Obama ran for office, we were saying no socialists. We've never had a socialist. Under Trump, they took over the Capitol building saying stop, and still nothing was stolen. That's how you protest ahead of the event to prevent it from happening. That's how it happens.
Well, then I would like to invite you to my protest. No more taxes on the poor protest. Come on. You going to join me? No more raising the cost of groceries protest. No more taxing us to death protest. And no more politicians taking money from AIPAC protest. You going to join me on that?
Hey, we'd be the only two there, I guess.
Hey, that's all right. I'm in good company. The only two there.
I would go with you, but then again, AIPAC may send me a check and say don't show up. So I don't know.
Will you do me a favor if you go? Will you wear that cap behind you?
Yeah, I'd put it on. In fact, I'll put it on now.
I should have known. Okay,
I'll put it on. No problem there.
All right.
So, but
all right. What president are we trying to topple this time?
Shit, he's talking about Cuba's next. So who knows when it comes to that? But we're talking about it's been a month now. Trump has spoken nothing but positive tones of the war. He said we obliterated them last June. He's talked about we won the war in the first few days. He said Iran is begging for a deal. We're entering the first month. How do you see it going?
Well, I think Iran is behind the scenes wanting to make a deal. I wouldn't say they're begging for a deal, but they're definitely getting their asses handed to them. And they're definitely going to want a deal because they can't win. I'm not saying it's legit. I'm not saying we should even be over there. You know how I feel about how it went down, but they can't win. They just can't.
I actually disagree with you in suggesting that they can't win. They can win.
Okay.
They can win because the goal for victory for them is just survive. They believe that America is trying to fundamentally change their way of life, maybe impose Christianity on them or something like that. So just surviving through this is a victory.
Can I ask you about that? What you just said?
Sure.
I want to clarify that.
Sure.
You just said that they think that we're trying to impose, say, Christianity on them.
Yeah.
And that would be wrong, right? That going to their country and imposing Christianity on them, even though Christians actually do live in Iran. But that's a different subject. But
I know where you're going, and I'm willing to go there with you. Keep going.
Okay, but imposing Christianity.
No, not imposing. Like literally killing the leadership and putting in a pro-Christian guy. Where are you going?
Okay. I thought you meant like taking away their religion and replacing their religion with Christianity. I misunderstood.
I mean, like taking away the people that run their country and replacing them people with folks that are more pro-Christian, pro-United States. Yes, that's what I mean.
Okay, but isn't that what they're doing?
Doing where?
We're talking about Iran, right?
Yeah, where are they doing that at?
Right, they're doing that in England, and they're starting to do it here in America.
They've killed the prime minister. They've killed the prime. Wait,
taken over towns.
They've killed the prime minister. They've killed the prime minister of England.
No,
they haven't done that.
They are taking over and replacing Christianity with Islam. Over in the UK and here in America. In fact, a town not just too far from me.
We are killing people to make this happen. Tell me where they are. Give me a mayor that they've killed to make this happen.
They're not killing.
Then it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same until they start actively killing people to make what they taking out governors, taking out mayors.
So it's not the same thing.
Not even close.
They get like Sharia law in, and then they start killing us.
Yeah,
chopping off the heads of Christians.
They cannot get Sharia law in there unless they kill Americans. That's the only way that's going to happen. They cannot do that unless, like what we're doing, we're killing people over there.
Right.
So it's not the same. Not even close.
I'll tell you this: there's a bloody history that I have to admit to. There's a bloody history between Christians and Islam, Iranians. I'm not sure how to say that properly, but that's their religion over there.
Okay.
They have killed many Christians, and we are now bombing their country. So I mean it's a bloody mess is for sure. I mean, I remember growing up, and I remember watching on the news where they chopped the heads off of 20 Christians for not refusing to take.
But here's what I don't get. Okay, you're talking about when you were younger and things like that, where they may have killed Christians.
Well, it was on the news. So
whatever the case may be, you don't think they see our news where maybe we've killed minorities? I mean, it happens. Our country took vicious actions on its own citizens too. Lynchings and all this shit that's happened in our country. They know about that stuff. So how are we going to complain that they're over there killing Christians when we're doing that?
Well, first of all, I think a mistake that we're making is we're taking all of American history. I'm talking about two specific things. I'm talking about the conflict between Christians and Muslims, meaning Iranians. Please forgive me. I don't know how to put those two together. But I'm talking about that very specific thing.
Okay.
And they have a lot of American Christians and Christians from other countries. A lot. Just for
I haven't heard it. What is your definition of a lot? I haven't heard. When was this happening?
Well, I mean, you would have to Google it, but I do remember part of the story was that they refused to adopt their faith. Basically.
So a lot of Americans
they called it.
Where were these people at?
They called it radical Islam.
How far? Okay, you're saying American Christians were living in Iran and they were killing them?
Oh no, American Christians were killed by radical Islamic. It's like a branch of Islam. It's a branch.
Are the Iranians though?
I apologize. What?
I mean, there are Christians all over the world. You don't want America being bombed for what Romans are doing? I mean, if they're not Iranians, it's irrelevant. I mean, if there's some radical Afghanis, if they're radical from Afghanistan, that has nothing to do with this.
Irrelevant or not, I'm just saying that, in my opinion, I think there's a long, bloody history between the two. That's my point.
Well,
and honestly, I don't know that we're going to replace the new guy that's in charge. As far as I know, he hasn't even been seen yet. He's like in the bunker somewhere.
He don't need to be seen.
Smart.
I'm with you. I don't know if we're going to replace him either, or whatever the case may be. But the president is on the world stage saying we are going to do that. That's all that really needs to happen is him going around bragging, saying he's going to do it. That's good enough.
I mean, yeah. But yes, there are Christians living in Iran. I didn't know that, and I actually looked it up with my brother, and I was shocked. I was genuinely
right
shocked.
now. But you say they killed many Americans.
Yeah. There are towns that have Christians, and there
no.
are
But
Jewish
you said they were Americans, though.
Christians,
American Christians in Iran.
Yeah, American Christians, other kinds of Christians in general. The word is Christian. It doesn't matter where they're from, but Christians. And I said that because you said we were going to take and replace their leader or their leadership with a more friendly Christian leader.
You do realize most of Western Europe is loaded with Christian countries. If all of these Christians are being, why aren't they don't seem to have a problem with it. Why is America stepping up on behalf of Christians when there's Christian nations all over the place? I mean, only us?
Well, I mean, okay, would let me ask you this to answer your question, let me ask you this. Would you say the UK is a Christian country?
Hell yeah.
I wouldn't.
Yes.
Absolutely not. Turn on the news. Watch what's going on in the UK, dude. Don't do the Fox, CNN, or MSNBC news. Go on to YouTube, pull up whatever news channel you want, one that you feel you can trust, and see what's going on in the UK. They're not a Christian nation.
Tell me what's going on in the UK that's not going on in America.
They're being taken over.
Taken over how? They claim it.
Through bringing them in. They're refugees.
Conservative. Our president is on record saying that we're being invaded by Hispanics. So you would think America is a Hispanic country, according to President Trump. You got folks on the right that are saying Sharia law. There's a place in Michigan, right near, what is it, Dearborn, Michigan.
Yeah.
Hold on, Dearborn, Michigan.
I'm right next to it.
Right, but they're ringing some type of prayer bell. And if you watch the American media from the right, you would think that shit's happening all over America. So I don't know what the UK news is saying,
let me ask you this: what city do you live in?
I'm in Chicago.
Okay, Chicago. How would you like to wake up every morning and and hear Christian hymns being played at 5 a.m. every morning? How would you like to hear Billy Graham preaching at 5 a.m. every morning and call it the call to prayer?
I think, to me, this sounds like some anti-Muslim shit, because 99.9% of Americans are not dealing with that.
But
they're not dealing with that.
What you can't say is you would want that.
No,
what
but
you can't say is
I can say I wouldn't want it, and I can say that the overwhelming majority of Americans are not dealing with that. 99.9% of Americans are not dealing with what you just asked.
Yeah, but some Americans are. Well, there are still people that live in Dearborn, Michigan.
Some people are dealing with every damn thing. Some people are dealing with racism. I mean, there's always going to be
should they have to deal with it?
Depends on who you ask.
Them. If you ask them, should they have to deal? If they say we've lived here for 30 years, we've raised our kids and family here in Dearborn, Michigan. These people came here, took over, and now we're hearing their call to prayer at 5 a.m. in the morning, every morning. Should we have to deal with that?
They have a government in Dearborn, Michigan. Just pass a noise ordinance.
Which is run by Islam.
What?
Or not Islam, but Islam. I can't say the word, dude. I'm trying to say the word, but it's ran by the people that are doing it, basically.
Well, then, look, at the end of the day, we have free and fair elections in this country. If your town is majority Muslim they're going to pass laws at the city council level that's going to be favorable to them, just like the Christians do.
All right. Well, in my point of view, I obviously disagree with you with respect.
That's not true.
Okay? But in about the prayer thing, the call to prayer. But in my opinion, I say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Let's see what happens when we take Detroit or Chicago and we do that. We elect somebody that says we should have a Christian call to prayer at 5 a.m. in the morning.
To me,
let's see how many Democrats complain about it.
I'll tell you one thing. I would much rather you play a Christian call to prayer bill and wake me up out of my sleep than to tell my daughter when she got raped, she's got to have the baby because your religion says abortion is wrong. I would much rather have that Muslim doing that. What your religion is doing is way worse.
Islam says that murdering babies is
We're not talking,
too.
but they're not passing that law in America. Christians are passing that law in America. That's a Christian-based thing.
Then we got a problem. The people you like or don't like are passing laws that you don't want in America, and the people I don't like are passing laws that I don't like in America. we're on the same.
Well, I'm on the side that religion shouldn't play a part in any of our laws, no matter what your religion is. Oh, yeah. It should not play a part in our laws.
I did like how you slid in the abortion thing.
Right.
That
because
was
if
nice.
you're damn right, you're gonna complain about religion taking over when they're doing all this wild shit, the way they're treating trans and they're naming God because of the reason of it.
Right, absolutely. We should pass a law that says, hey, free abortions for everybody, dude. If you're a man, woman, trans, green hair, blue hair, everybody gets to kill a baby. I think that's a great idea. That's amazing.
I'll leave it at that. I got to move it on.
All right, support your local liberal.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that always. Thank you for your support, as always, conservative. Appreciate it. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 90,000. I think abortion should only be used on death conditions or grape. I don't think anyone should tell a woman what to do if they're not going to help that woman after they do what you told them to do. If you're to have a party saying abortion should be illegal, but I don't believe children in school should get free lunch, makes no damn sense to me. If you're going to interfere with what she does, God damn it, help her out when she does what you want her to do. At least help her out. That's what I want. If don't stick your nose in somebody's business if you ain't going to do shit to help them out. That's where you lose me at. Because if you're going to suggest that religion or your God is against women terminating them, you're going to tell me he's okay with you not helping feed the kid? Your God is okay with they don't need to get free lunch. Your God is okay with that. To me, that's just more reason why I'm not very religious. That shit sounds fucked up to me. You're okay with the state creating reasons. Right now it's murder, but somebody's trying to knock it down to rape and child molestation. But you're okay with the state creating reasons for why they can execute somebody. But the mom, none of her reasons are good. You're okay with executing the rapist, but the mom can't do a damn thing about the baby from the rapist she's carrying. Because religion is in there somewhere. It makes no sense to me. And that's, like I said, that's one reason. Just another reason why I've kind of strayed away from religion is when you start telling people what to do. And that is one of the core tenets of religious societies is you lose freedoms. They start dictating how you should live your life. And I don't favor that. I don't favor that at all. If the way they're living their life is not hurting your life, leave them the fuck alone. Why are you don't like, well, I don't like because he's got a boyfriend. I don't like that. Then goddamn it, move down the block. Who cares what he's got in his crib? Maybe he don't like all the guns you got in your house. So just leave people alone is the best way I can say it. Anyway, let me stop before I get into it. Evil B by Boo says Trump ain't shit. Which I hit the wrong button. Let's make America worse than it has ever been again. Damn. The Mega Millions are at work, and they said we have the first alien president in this lifetime, an orange freak. You be killing me calling Trump an alien. Why are you calling him an alien? He's done very well in this world. Why are you saying he's an alien? I'm not religious, but I recognize you shouldn't kill someone unless they pose a threat or they committed a serious offense. Look, if I'm going to go with the religious argument, it's supposed to be that God created life, only he can take it out. Now, I agree with self-defense, 100% agree with that, but most people who are anti-abortion are also pro-death penalty. My last caller is not, by the way. He's admitted he's not in favor of capital punishment, but many of the folks that are anti-abortion are pro-capital punishment. And yeah, to me, capital punishment is about as unjustified as having an abortion. The person that is on death row is in a cell 24 hours a day, handcuffed, completely submissive, can't do shit. He's locked up. There is no legitimate reason to kill this person other than revenge. They are not a danger to anybody anymore at that point. They're usually in their cell 23 hours a day. There's no legitimate excuse to take them out other than revenge at that point. How the hell can it be okay to kill for revenge, but this woman has been raped or something and it's wrong for her to do it? That doesn't make sense to me. That's what, like I said, that is what throws me off, because that's all the death penalty is at that point. Usually by the time you execute somebody, it's been years since they committed their crime. At the very least, months. This person is of no danger to anybody at that point. They're locked up. You've thrown away the key. They're never getting out. There's no necessary reason to kill them other than to appease the public and their victims. It's solely for revenge. That ain't necessary. Advocate the stupid fund. What is the stupid fund? They take in taxpayer. Yeah, that's another one. You know, we don't like them on death row because they're costing taxpayers money. So the woman who's pregnant that says, you know, I'm not ready financially to be a mother and I'm broke, it's not okay for her to terminate a child while she's admitting she's broke. But the guy sitting on death row, well, he's costing the taxpayers money, so we can kill him to save everybody money. So it's okay to take out the death row guy for financial reasons, but the mom saying that she is not financially able to. The hypocrisy and all this shit is insane. The hypocrisy, you're literally saying, let's kill people quicker to save taxpayer money. Why should he be on death row for 20 years? It's costing us tax money. It should be only 2, 3. We want to kill him quicker to save money. But the mom committing an abortion is wrong. You're literally talking about killing people to save money. Show me the page in the Bible that talks about that. Thou shalt kill to save income. The handsome conservative says, here's somebody for you. I enjoyed the debate and I'm willing to admit you're wrong on the board. I'm not. Look, there is no right or wrong answer to me. I don't think there is no right or wrong answer to abortion because I'm not the mom going through it. And it's not my place to tell her decision is right or wrong because she has to deal with that for the next 18 plus years. I don't. So how can I tell her what decision she's making is right or wrong? She's going, if she makes your decision, she's going to make a bunch of more for the next 18 years. Anyway, let me go back to the box. We'll try it again with Travelman. Hopefully this time it brings up one of my subscribers. Travelman, good evening.
Good evening, bro. How you doing?
Oh, man, a whole month. War for a whole month now. How is it looking in your opinion?
Yeah. It looks like we stepped out. Look like they stepped off in Iran without doing too much planning.
Well,
maybe they were worried about Sharia law being implemented in the U.S.
My last guest seemed to be really worried about that. They think the Muslims.
They so full of shit. Yeah, man. You know, I guess Sharia law is a conservative thing, man, because they constantly bring that shit up. But then they don't bring up the fact that they trying to force religion on kids in school. You know,
that's a great point. That's a great point. All religion is for the most part conservative. It has that. Yeah it's all conservative.
You know, and Tim, you know, people I don't know. People, they forget this is the United States. If you try to impose anything on people here, you're going to get serious rebellion. Yeah. Okay? That shit just ain't going to happen. All right? So that crazy shit they be talking about, man, they kill me with that. Well, they chopping heads off and so, excuse my French, so fucking what? They ain't going to do that over here. Yeah. And yes, the UK is a Christian country. Now, the people that declare themselves as Christians have decreased, and some of the churches have closed. Yes, that's true.
That's true here.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. You know.
I mean, I know. For instance, in the Black community, you know, growing up as a Gen Xer, our community is far less religious than it was when we came up. It was
way less religious. Way less religious.
Yeah, way less.
But you know what? I ain't got time. I don't even deal with them damn holy rollers. Man. These people kill me with all that religious shit. You know, they're the big. You want to see a bunch of freaking hypocrites? Go in the church on Sunday. Okay. I believe in the man upstairs. You know, and as a kid, I read the Bible front and back. We had computers and shit, so I had to read something. You know, and it was like salt porn anyway.
Oh my God! Well, they are talking. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible because they don't want to.
I believe in the man upstairs, but you know, they used the quote scripture while they was beating the hell out of slaves and raping slaves. And shit.
Damn, you know? I wasn't aware of that.
And they use religion in the Bible, you know, to support slavery, and the church supported it.
I am aware of that.
You know, so that's kind of like, hey, you know what? I ain't got time for it. But anyway, let's go on to the subject at hand. Iran has basically said, hey, come on with your boots on the ground.
Yeah, they've been saying we waiting for you. They not backing down the Trump threat.
Yeah. But think about it, man. Who was that? Lindsey Graham. Oh, we took Iwo Jima. Okay.
It's easy to say that when you're not going to be involved in it.
What was it, about 11,000 people died on Iwo Jima? Something like that. You know, the Pacific had some serious battles. It wasn't just Iwo Jima. Right. It was Peleliu. It was
Okinawa, the battle of Midway, the Navy battle of Midway.
Yeah, I mean, they had some serious shit going on over there. So he need to shut the hell up, okay? Because, number one, to do an amphibious landing, take a look at the coastline and how it's laid out. You know, it can be done, but then look at the topography of the country. They're looking down on the beach.
Was that you that made the comparison last time? A really good comparison, I might add, about the Battle of Norway or Normandy.
D-Day.
Normandy. But you talked about on D-Day how the Germans did not have any air defenses at that time, which we had complete control of their airspace. Yet that invasion was deadly as hell.
Yep, and we also controlled the seas.
Yeah.
I forget how many airplanes this. I think there were 1,400 planes in the air or something like that for the Allies, you know. But think about it though. This is and I say it all the time to people I be talking to. Iran do not give up. This is not Iraq. Okay. They do have a large army. Yes, we wiped out. We haven't wiped it out, but we disabled a lot of their missile.
The technology. We took out the technology.
Yeah, we do have the technology. What are we going to take with that technology?
That's what I said. We took out their. We took out. And that's why those drones are still so effective because they're low tech.
Exactly, and they've been waiting on us to come there for a long time. So don't you think they got positions and stuff dug up in those mountains and shit coming out there, looking down on, and even on Karg Island? And also, don't forget. When they were going at it with Iraq attacked Karg Island. So this ain't the first time Karg Island be attacked. But they also Iran has an alternative pipeline to pump oil out of the country besides Karg Island.
Yeah, I've heard of. Well, they would destroy that. America would destroy that.
It doesn't move the same volume.
Yeah,
it doesn't move the same volume, but they do have an alternative to move some oil out. You know, basically. Trump knew more than the generals. I think he said that on numerous occasions.
He has said that before, yes.
I could be mistaken, but I think I heard somewhere that the Joint Chief told him that we need to take a look at the Strait of Hormuz, and he was like, well, they'll capitulate before they do that. Wrong.
Well, like I've said before, I think Trump was on a Venezuelan high. After seeing how quick Venezuela caved, he probably thought, he's bragging that they can't see our B-2s, our F-22s are invisible. We got superiority to a level where we don't have to worry. We can do this, get it over with in a couple of weeks and be done. I think he really underestimated or overestimated our capabilities.
They told us 4 to 5 weeks. I think we're getting ready to go into the 5th week now.
Yep.
And then I think I saw somewhere today where they said it's going to be another 4 weeks or 8 weeks or something like that.
Wall Street Journal is saying months. They're saying the Pentagon, they're suggesting months.
Well, in order to put boots on the ground, you got to do a build up. See?
Well, Trump is all about get back. So the problem is once you start putting boots on the ground and we start taking casualties, Trump is going to want to one up it. So he's going to take it to another level, probably send a bunch of more people, and we just dig in deeper. But once we start taking some real casualties and he getting blamed for that, to save face.
Someone is at the front door.
To save face, he's going to probably send more people and dig us in even deeper.
Yeah, and the Houthis have started firing missiles now.
Yep, from Yemen. I heard about that.
Yeah,
from Yemen.
So you got that going on. So, and then not only that, even if this thing ended next week, the infrastructure in the other Gulf states have been damaged. Not all of it, but some damage has been done in Kuwait, some has been done in Qatar, some been done in Saudi Arabia. So we might be looking at less oil coming onto the market because some of it has been damaged.
I heard also in terms of damage, I forget what I was watching this on, but because I'm pretty sure that the information we're getting through our typical cable media outlets and stuff is not, they're painting a rosy picture for America. I do believe Iran is losing in terms of blow for blow, but they are striking a lot more blows than we've heard. And one of the things I heard is that most of the bases that are within range, U.S. bases, most of the U.S. bases that are within range of Iran have been rendered completely uninhabitable. And there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them they've destroyed.
And the 5th Fleet headquarters is in Bahrain. They're working out of hotel rooms.
So they destroyed the base.
They're working out of hotel rooms. Look at the damage that has been done to not only the physical aspect of our bases, but look at the damage that's been done to the Middle East itself. And look at the amount of money that we're spending. Look at the weapon systems that we're going through like it's water. All this stuff got to be replenished. Look at the damage that's being done. I think I spoke before. When you have these carriers deployed like they are, that throws the whole damn carrier fleet. That throws their schedule off because they have a rotation. They have a schedule.
Yes, they got a third carrier going into the region. And somebody asked which bases. I'll see if I can get that for you. I'm pretty sure that's not.
The air base in Riyadh is damaged. 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. I don't know the name of it. I don't know the name of the bases, but we got quite the base in Qatar has been damaged. The one in Kuwait has been damaged. So we got some bases over there. Of course, somebody gonna ask you, what's the name of? You know what? This is the thing that gets me about TikTok, Tim. Okay. You'll be having a discussion, and somebody asks you, well, what's the name of that? Like you walk around with this shit on the top of your head.
Well, look, I think it's a legitimate question for them to ask. I don't mind them challenging me, but I do believe this comes from. Hold on. Hang on. Let me just say this. I do believe this comes from only listening to media on one side, and because Trump is painting such a rosy picture of how great we're doing, it's hard for folks who only watch right-wing media to believe what I'm saying without thinking, well, you just simping for Iran. No, they're hitting shit. They actually are destroying shit. It ain't made up. They actually are doing it. But go ahead.
But check this shit out, okay? I've been to the Middle East. Riyadh, Bahrain, Turkey, what's the other one? A couple other ones over there, right? I don't know all the damn, even when I was going over there, I ain't know the damn name of the bases. This is the kind of shit I'm talking about. If you want to know what bases they're hitting, damn it, it's called Google. Get your ass on there and look it up. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That, you know what that is? that's a gotcha question. Because if you can't name a base, they're gonna say, well, how you know it's true? How you know it's true? Because they damn reports say people working out of hotel rooms.
Not only that, but they've also, like, you can get you can actually get satellite images. The United States has made it so that you can't get those images now, because they have been able to show some bases via those images that if you can see it from space, this shit is blown up. So so they've been able to show some of them.
Yeah, and we have stepped off in it, and what's the exit plan? What's the exit plan? And I'm gonna tell you, Tim. I'm gonna tell you, man. And I said it before. We put boots on the ground, called a body bag manufacturer, and told them to crank up production, because we're gonna have some people coming back. We're gonna be doing a lot of dignified.
But then that's when it gets worse, because, like I said, if they do get some good numbers on America with Trump as president, he's not going to be, a cooler heads kind of guy. He's going to, if they do, he's going to take it up to the next level. So we'll just dig in. Trump, him and Netanyahu will fuck it. We're going to just turn this place into a parking lot, which could be done, but it's going to include a ton of American casualties.
See, Trump cannot handle stress. He cannot operate under stress. He cannot operate when things are not going like they're supposed to be. I can give you a perfect example. His last term in office, he had one crisis.
The pandemic.
He had one crisis in 4 years. That was COVID. And he blew it out his ass. Okay? He's not a leader.
Well, in defense of Trump, I know Gacy Grandma hates when I say this phrase. In defense of Trump, I don't think his poor handling of COVID was about bad leadership. I think it was about trying to get reelected. When COVID broke out, he was seeking a second term, and his number one talking point was how good the economy was. And the medical professionals, the Dr. Fauci's and the like, were suggesting that we need to social distance, shut things down, which would ruin the economy. So he was left with, how can I do what the medical professionals are talking about doing and save lives, and versus trying to get he was literally putting his second term in office above doing what was best in regards to the pandemic.
So basically,
and that is bad leadership.
So basically, that's bad leadership, bro.
That is bad leadership.
At the beginning of COVID, we had no leadership, and then as he got more involved in it, we had bad leadership. Yeah. So basically, he too damn dumb to do two things at one time. Think about it. And I always say the organization would be a reflection of the leader. So if he would have stood up there and said, "Hey, we got this thing going on here. It's very contagious. It's this, is that. We gotta wear a mask. We gotta do this." The country would have followed him. Instead, he politicized it.
Yeah, he would have. If he had to handle a pandemic right, he would absolutely. I don't think Trump's first term was that bad.
Elected.
Yeah, he would have got reelected.
Yeah. We didn't have a national plan. The states were competing against the feds and competing against each other for equipment. Okay, but that's kind of an aside. Let's go back to where we're at today. Okay, I was just kind of giving an example. He's not a good leader. He don't know how to handle stress. He don't know how to handle when things don't go.
He makes you feel good though, Trevor. Minute before you respond to that, I see Evil B. Babu says Trump is a bad leader. He's very incompetent and very stupid. He has always been a bad budget leader. Well, a lot of people like him, though. So I'll leave it like that. A lot of folks like him. But, look, he would absolutely won again if he had managed the pandemic better than he did. He would have won a second term.
He would have, and now look at what he's done. Look at what he's done. We haven't seen anything, any proof or anything. How many people have they unalived over there on them boats that they blew out of the water?
Venezuela? About 100? 100,
all the boats they've been dropping bombs on.
In Venezuela, I think it's over 100, I think.
No, not Venezuela. I'm talking about the drug boats, the drug boats and stuff. How many have we unalived? And what have we seen for that?
Nothing.
What? Nothing. What have we been told about Iran?
Well, that's the thing with Trump. If you believe in Trump, because you have to. He don't normally provide evidence for what he does. You have to take him at his word.
That's true, because think about this now. out of all the meetings he's had with Putin, what kind of information has the American people got out of it?
It was a great deal. I mean, it was a great meeting.
Exactly.
He tells you
the same thing with Kim Jong Knucklehead over there.
Yeah. Kim Jong Un gave him a letter or something. It was a good letter.
All you go by is what he say. What was accomplished by him stepping across the demarcation line? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. They're still shooting missiles into the Sea of Japan on a consistent basis. Maybe not as much before because now they got their in UK, so they don't have to do that.
I heard that. I think they just did something like that last week.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. They did. And now we're over here, and I tell you what we have done to Cuba is inhumane.
Man, that is not getting the news it should. Man, that is really bad.
It's inhumane what we've done to them, and we've had an embargo on them since the Bay of Pigs. Well, this one thing about Trump, he is very. He doesn't have a. I hate to say it, but it seems though he doesn't have a conscience. Okay, either that or he a damn knucklehead. Well, he is a knucklehead. But look at what they're doing over there to the people in Cuba. So you got that going on that we don't hear anything about. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's explaining it to us. We got this stuff going on over in Iran. Not one time. We've been there going on 5 weeks. This dude has not addressed the country. And then what they told us initially is a lie. Well, they were getting ready to get the news. No, they wasn't.
I will say in regards, you raised a good point with Cuba because we're claiming we're in Iran to liberate the people over there. What we're doing to Cuba shows we don't care about helping people out that are being mistreated.
No. Yeah, it's inhumane. You know, and the thing about it is, the JCPOA, Iran was actually going. They was abiding by the JCPOA. This is what the IAE said.
You're talking about the nuclear deal that he made with Obama?
Yeah. And their uranium was only enriched to 3%.
Appreciate that, Rod. Well, you got to understand, like I said, the folks who favor Trump, they're going to, because Trump said they were not following the deal with the Obama deal. So they're going to believe that.
Trump he's a pathological liar. This is why do people let that shit slide? I don't understand it. I mean, he's a liar. He'll stand up on national TV. Hell, he gave a damn State of the Union address and lied, Tim. His whole administration lied. Every time one of his damn secretaries come out, if something happened, they start talking, they lie. Bundy lied, Noam lied, RFK, he got a brainworm coming out his head, so he can't help but lie, eating bears and shit. And
you sound like Evil B. Babu said that.
I mean, the whole administration just lies. J.D. Vance lies. I mean, they all lie. And
what about Marco Rubio? I mean, he's fairly dignified.
Marco Rubio has did a Jekyll and Hyde. But check this out though. Everything that's good to me anyway. This is personal. Anything that think about it. They attacked January 6th was based on a lie. That was based on a lie. Okay. We in Iran based on a lie.
Well, some of it is. I mean, they do chant death to America.
What's not a lie, Tim? What's not a lie?
They do want to develop a nuclear bomb, do they not?
So we can't go attack countries because they want to develop a nuclear bomb.
Well, I get it, but we don't. I'm agreeing with that, but I'm going to say this. If that is the case, you can't just fault Trump because Obama and Biden and Bush were all threatening Iran for that same purpose. Trump just did something about it, but they were all threatening them too.
And there's a reason they didn't do it, that they didn't go in there.
Because they knew it would be a mess.
Yeah, exactly, like what we got right now. Obama threatened them, but he went in and negotiated. And you know what? People like to say, well, this was the United States. It was 11 countries signed up on that.
Yeah. 11
countries on the JCPOA. So they negotiated, they had them in check. And then there was different ways to do things. Now, once he pulled out of the JCPOA, what came after that?
Well, after that, when he pulled out, I think he pulled out because the goal was to eventually go in and do what we're doing now.
There you go.
But Iran did at that point say, well, fuck it. We might as well start working on it.
Not immediately.
But they did.
They didn't restart that until 2019 when they increased the sanctions on Iran.
Yeah.
Trump
had it in for Iran from day one.
Yeah, from day one.
Yeah, he was
from
kind of
day one. But you know what? He's a chicken hawk. He got deferments. He didn't want to go to Vietnam, but now he want to send other people kids talking about, well, we might have more. Okay, well, you send your damn grandkids over there. Let Barron sign up. He's of age. If he want to wait till he's out of college, he can do that because we might be there for
that man gonna be a billionaire soon. He ain't trying to fight in the war. I gotta move it on. No travel, man.
Nobody in Trump's family, not just his son. Nobody in his family since they've been in this country has served in the military or served for this country. I think his sister, somebody might have been a judge, but other than that, that's pretty much it. And
that ain't about to change. Travelman, appreciate you coming through. Now they billionaires now, so I appreciate you coming through. Thank you.
But take care now.
All right. And by the way, some wealthy families do, sir. I was going to say that kind of would be normal, but there are. I mean, McCain's. I mean, they had money. I mean, sometimes you got wealthy folks who serve, so some of them still answer the call. But no, you probably ain't gonna get any Trump family serving in the military for a long time because they are set for life for several generations now. I mean, you got Trump, who's worth a few billion. I would assume Eric Trump, Don Jr. and Ivanka, they're all probably collectively worth. If each one of them ain't worth $1 billion, it's probably close. Barron Trump is only like 20 or something like that. He's worth double-digit millions already. So, man, they are set for so many generations to come. It's crazy, though, because they were the ones that were supposed to expose the elites. They're probably more elite than the average elite. Go figure. Anyway, somebody asked a question before I go to the next caller that I don't know if this is going to provide an answer, but I do want to hear this. Somebody asked which countries, or better yet, which bases were bombed.
War, the battlefield is not turning out as Donald Trump had expected. There are airstrikes which continue on Iran. The IRGC forces have intensified their retaliatory attacks. Iran has issued a chilling warning to American soldiers and has asked all civilians to leave areas where the Americans and the Israelis have stationed their military and intelligence assets. And the troops have been forced to move on being told that they could be struck even if they are positioned in any other hotels or even in civilian.
Now, obviously, this is foreign media. I get it may be a little bit hard to... Fact is, our media is not telling you everything. This will cover some of those bases. It's about a minute or so long, but this will cover some of those bases. But you kind of gotta bring up foreign media outlets because our media is painting an exceptionally rosy picture of what's going on in Iran that other networks overseas are not painting the same picture. Are they all lying? Go figure, but they're not painting it out as rosy as, let's say, the Trump administration is.
Our next poll tells you more.
Now, this say Iran hammers U.S. military bases. Iran attacks U.S. troops. 13 bases uninhabitable. Iranian fire shatter U.S. military shield.
For weeks now, the US and Israel have carried out heavy bombardment inside Iran. Military infrastructure, missile sites, and strategic facilities have been targeted in repeated waves.
So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster.
Who are they saying that to?
Iran, despite taking massive hits, is striking back. What is now emerging is the scale of that retaliation. According to reports, Iran has struck American military sites across the region. In Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates, multiple US-linked bases have come under fire. Persistent attacks have disrupted operations, damaged infrastructure, and forced tactical withdrawals. The military base in Kuwait, which is next door to Iran, took the maximum damage. 6 US service members were killed in a strike on Port Shoaiba. Iran's Revolutionary Guards have put...
I'll stop it here, but they're showing you the names of... You can't see it on the screen because it's small, but they're showing you the names of the bases and the bases on fire. So Iran is not only blowing up shit, they're taking footage of it and showing it. It's just not really something being televised here in America. Because keep in mind, those bases they're destroying, them folks have told their families, you know, I got to go back. You know, we were at this. I mean, their family members probably know which base they kind of hang out at or whatever, you know, because those bases were all peaceful until this broke out. So it's a good chance their family, a lot of those people's family members know which, or we in Kuwait this time. So when you see Kuwait base in, you know, in smoldering rubble, that would scare the shit out of their family members. So we're not showing that stuff here, but it is available online if you look at other international sites. Alter Ego, appreciate that. Thank you very much for the hat. Folks, help your boy out with the TikTok cap. And Hat Mustache Go, thank you very much. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 130, if you will. Iran acts like our guns don't go off either. No, Iran isn't. Iran is taking hits. They've lost their navy. They don't have any air force. Iran is absolutely taking hits. The difference is America's leading us to believe that we're not taking hits. They're claiming as many as 300 Americans have 300 of our people have been injured in this. Injured don't say a damn thing. What is an injury? I mean, if a bomb goes off and you're injured, what does that mean? Did you bump your head? Are you missing limbs? They just say injured. That doesn't tell you anything. Them people could be fucked up for life. You may see them in wounded warrior commercials. What does injured mean? But there are saying that as many as 300 American soldiers have been injured from these bombings. KJ, yeah, appreciate the hat and mustache. Evil B. Babu says Trump is such an idiot moron. I think a bomb has went off in his head. Damn, how stupid can he be by saying that kind of stuff? Well, look, COVID will be gone by April. I mean, I know more about the wars than the generals. Trump, he's known for painting a rosy picture. Every call he has is a great phone call. That's just what he does. He exaggerates and leads you to always believe things are going well. So you're probably going to be told the entire time we're dealing with Iran that things are going well. That's just kind of his method of operation. That's what he does. But continuing on with the program, we'll go to Miss Mobetta. Good evening, Miss Mobetta. I normally love to hear you talk about shit. Today you are way out of bounds. Let me know what I'm out of bounds on. Correct me. Let me know what I'm getting wrong there, CF Bates. And I appreciate you tuning in. He's known for lying to him since Calvin.
They only say that shit when you talk against Trump. Yeah, you don't hear him saying it any other time.
Well, look.
Especially coming from your YouTube users. That, you know, they say you.
He said I'm out of bounds. I want to know. He said I'm out of bounds. I give him. I don't mind the criticism, but I do want to know what he's saying. What am I out of bounds about?
Thank you, my little spectacles.
Hey,
listen, I'll be like Tim if I have them on. Be like,
yeah, I'm looking at so many screens and the text is smaller and larger.
You got to get you some stylish focals. You know what I'm saying?
I lose them so much. I got about probably 20, 30 pairs of these all around the house because I lose these things. I break them. I lose them.
You got to have them everywhere in the house, in the car.
Yeah, I got about 4 or 5 pair just laying right here on the desk. I mean, I don't keep up with it. I went out and paid good money because distance wise I can see fairly well, but eye doctor was like you can still get a prescription. Paid like $500 or $600 for a pair of glasses and lost them. So I'm buying cheap shit.
No, mine aren't cheap. I get it, but I still, But thanks to me having decent insurance, I could get me a pair or 2 every year. So
nothing wrong with that. But like I said, I don't generally wear glasses at all to see distant stuff. But I went out and bought a pair.
You probably should, because you struggling over there.
That's for close up. For close up, yeah, I need them for close up. I do have to wear them.
Yeah, these are progressive, so I can drive with them, read with them, do everything.
Yeah, but then when they progressive, you got to be looking down and.
No, you get used to them by like about an hour or so of having them on. Then your eyes adjust to them.
I suppose. And I see in the comments, Billy Wap says, I got a red fox drawer. You see when the big ass eyes?
Nope, that ain't it.
No, you got to have bifocals to do that shit. I can't imitate it, but that's funny because I think he did that in Harlem Nights. I think he did that in Harlem Nights. If I'm correct.
He did that on the Sanford and Son show. He's like, hold on, let me get my glasses.
Oh.
He pulled the drawer out and pulled a whole handful of glasses.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah. Wow. I don't have that. They just scatter. I mean, I got about 2 or 3 pair in the car. So when I'm looking at, it's only when I'm looking at the phone or reading a book that I need them. Other than that, I'm okay.
I get it. I get it.
So Trump is saying this is really going well. What do you think? You think we're doing pretty good over there?
You know, he's always lying about something. You know, he just likes the sound of his voice. And you know what the bad thing about that is? Because he probably does have people on in the back end telling him the real numbers and shit, and he's not going to put them forward because it's going to make him look bad. You know what I'm saying? He's the face. So you know. All we hear is him talking. So he's like, I'm not telling people that shit. Yeah, I'm better than that. I'm the biggest, bestest person in the whole wide world. Ask me.
That is Trump. But the problem is there's only with this going on, there's only so much of a rosy picture you can paint before you lose trust and credibility of the people, because you can't say you won, but yet you're sending a third carrier to the region. You're sending thousands of more folks. That don't look like something a winning side would do. I mean, you said you're not going to put anybody on the ground. Now you're talking potentially troops on the ground. So it does appear. And
a lot of troops, too. My thing is, I want him to go as BB to send his folks.
And that's crazy that we're doing this, and Israel is not sending anybody into Iran.
They're not. You know what those people, his military are doing? Because I seen they show in the video how they're going in.
They're in Lebanon. They're going in Lebanon.
In Lebanon, they're going in and they're putting on the women's underclothes, putting on their lingerie. If they got lingerie, yes, they see them trashing their homes and with sledgehammers and putting on the thongs. I tell you, you got to see that video. You got to see that video.
IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, doing all that.
Yes. I was watching that video earlier today. Yeah, it's disgusing. Like I said, he sent his people over there. This is his.
Netanyahu is kind of like Stalin on that shit. Like, if you fuck with us, we're gonna turn our people loose on you. No, fuck war rules. We're gonna let them do whatever they want. I mean, Netanyahu don't believe in rules.
He got his little trick doing all his dirty work. That's what pimps do. Pimps send their bitches out on the block and get that paper. That's what's happening. That's what's happening with these here United States corporation that we're talking about.
Are you suggesting that Netanyahu is Trump's pimp?
PIMP.
I don't know about all. That's a bit heavy.
Well, how do you don't know, Tim? How much money are we paying per day to fight this war that began with Israel?
Billion? Yes, it's a lot. It's a lot. I've heard
if that's not pimp behavior, I don't know what is. I'm saying, Tim, I don't know what else to call it.
MAGA thinks this is necessary. MAGA is knee deep in it. MAGA's celebrating this wholeheartedly.
MAGA's slow. They really have Trump derangement syndrome. They really do. They keep saying everybody on the left have it. No. They have Trump derangement syndrome. Y'all are deranged about anything that he does. And they'll twist themselves in the pretzel to make people believe otherwise. They can see the proof and still deny it.
Well, if the folks are yelling death to America and they're trying to get a nuclear bomb,
Well, shit, Trump said he hates Democrats. So what's the fucking difference? He talks about his own peoples. So what difference? I expect people like them who are opposition to say things like that. You don't say that about your own people.
And I agree with that, certainly as a president. Poe Bill in the comments says, I'm undercover in MAGA. Do you see me that way?
Yeah, sometimes you be fluffing hard.
Oh,
you was fluffing hard earlier. Yeah. I can't point out exactly what it was you was fluffing, but I was like,
I don't wait, hold on. This is a no fluffing zone. Let me tell you something. This damn King Finn, I got nothing but love for King Finn, but this damn hashtag stop the fluffing or whatever, they gonna fuck around and make that go viral on me. I don't need that. I don't need that.
Tim the handsome fluffer.
Oh my God. Never.
But you do be fluffing sometimes. You try to give Trump the benefit of the doubt when it's not there. Well, the benefit is just not there. He's proving more of not doing right by anything else.
I think sometimes the folks on the left criticize Trump in ways that are somewhat unfair to him, and I point that out. That's
like
fluffing.
How, Tim? Like how?
I'll give you a perfect example. It ain't like Trump is the first person that suggests something needs to be done about Iran trying to get a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, and how many years have they been saying it, and where is the bomb?
It ain't materialized, but what I'm saying is folks make it sound like Trump is the first person that ever said Iran is a bad guy. No, they've been saying this for years. He just did something about it.
He has been saying it. BB has been saying it for years because he's really the only one that's been saying it. Yeah. He's the only one that's been saying it. Like, true. I mean, maybe somebody else might have said it in locker room talk or something, but
well, Obama said something about it. I think Bush. I mean, they were saying. And before you continue, Evil Be by Bush says, Tim, I believe Miss Mo Better is right because Trump is super gay. He said that he had to give out. He said that he got to give out, and he likes YMCA. Oh my God! And he also he misses Bubba as believe. Well, he was doing something with a microphone, was he not?
Yes, he was doing that.
He's
with
not
the microphone.
gay. He's not
and again,
gay.
he. That's why I keep telling you, he goes at the LGBTQ community hard because I'm telling you, he it's a distraction because he's really attracted to him. He's really attracted to them.
That's why I got it. See, this is what I'm talking about. Why I have to defend Trump. This man has been hanging around number of supermodels his whole life. He ain't gay.
So how many gay people that you know that has wives, that has children, that's been in whole relationships and crossed over? That means absolutely nothing.
You don't think
it means nothing. He could have been using that as to show face in front of people. But those DL people go hard, Tim. And again, he uses YMCA, which is a whole rainbow song by Rainbow Men.
You don't really believe
it. He comes out like this.
You don't believe that Trump don't let somebody tap their white ass. In the comments, before we continue, News Nation, God does not hear the prayers of those who wage war. The Pope said that today. Huh? Who is he talking about?
Hey. But his fans are saying that it's not a war because Congress didn't declare it. But I want to know, what do they define? How do they define war?
When he says it's a war.
And the reason why Congress is not declaring it because it's not our war. It belongs to Israel. We just inserted ourselves.
I don't think they would give a shit even if he got Congress to declare it. They believe that the fight is necessary. Playing games with whether it's if it turns to be a war, they're gonna say, well, okay, but so what? It's a war now. They don't care about that.
And then when you ask them why are we there and all kinds of stuff, and they'd be like, oh well, this should have been done a long time ago. Why? They were over there minding their business. Listen, we need to take care of our own citizens. We got citizens being unalived on our streets too for the same thing that they're doing. So why do we see an all of a sudden need over there, and when we got a super need here? Yeah. We got people that are losing food, can't even afford to feed themselves, losing health care and all kinds of stuff. What does Iran have to do with that going on over here?
I think it's a case of there's obviously something else of value that we want out of Iran. We don't care about liberating their citizens. I don't even think it's necessarily about them developing a bomb. I think it's just they've been a thorn at our side, and Trump wants the legacy of saying, I took care of it.
Yep. And listen, his whole objective is to try to outdo what Obama did. I don't care what anybody, I'm standing on that. You see how he go around the world begging for a Nobel Peace Prize? Oh, I went in there and I obliviated. Oh, I took out this. I did that. All because of what Obama did. But I'm going to tell you what Obama didn't do that Trump did is take us into a recession.
Did you hear they're giving him an America? Did you hear Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is now giving him an America First Award annually?
Oh my God, Mike Johnson is another little DL fuckboy.
In the comments, Evil B. Babu says, yeah, Tim is definitely leading the cult party now. 50%, you need to get a hat that says, I left MAGA friendly. I am not.
It's confusing sometimes.
Did I freeze?
I'm famous.
Oh my God.
Bless you guys.
Something just happened on TikTok. Hang on a second. TikTok didn't take us down again, did they? What the hell just happened? Resume. Don't know what just happened there. Folks, I don't know what happened, but I froze up. Are you there? Yeah, it was weird.
It was frozen.
Yeah, that was weird.
But and then they froze, and then they sent a warning. So I don't know what I said that was false, because you could look up anything. Listen, what I implore people to do
You
is
said Trump was getting banged from the back.
Sorry. If he's a fuckboy, he's a fuckboy.
Oh my, he's not. That man is not gay by any stretch. No.
Well, you could believe that. You could believe that if you want to, Tim.
He's an alpha male.
Even if I say it's my opinion, you know what I'm saying?
You really let me make sure, just making sure there's no bullshit. Do you really believe Trump is on the down low?
Yep, because you know.
Oh my God.
You know why? Because women, especially in his latter years, now he's probably null and void. But when they saying that you got a little pee-pee, that's why he was going to grab him by the pussy, because he couldn't fuck him, so he used his hands, because he had. So shit like that make you, I got to get in where I fit in, even if it's on the other side.
And I see in the comments, somebody says you never know who is straight or gay. I agree, but that's one I will never believe that Trump is gay. I will never believe that.
You really don't. You don't know what people do, which, number one, it's really none of our business who I share my bed with.
True.
You understand what I'm saying? But don't get in a position and go around fuck with other people for how they do it. And that's what he's doing, and that's why he gets ridiculed so hard by his own peoples, because of the shit he do. Stop going around demonizing people. Somebody being gay, lesbian, bi, or whatever, that's their business. You don't have nothing to do with who they're sharing their bed with. But like I said, you married a whole trick. Matter of fact, you took her from Epstein. So let's talk about that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you saying Melania Trump? He took Melania Trump from Epstein?
Yep, took her right from him.
Well, at least she was an adult.
True. True. I give him that. At least she wasn't a child.
Yeah, she's grown. So. I mean, and she did it. She did tell Barbara Walters, the late Barbara Walters, that Trump was on a date with another woman, and he snuck away from that woman and came and asked her for his number. So he did take her. He definitely did some taking, but she's a grown woman, so that's just game.
Yeah, she's being tricked just like everybody else is. You know what I'm saying? Just so happened she landed in the right bag. You know what I mean?
You can't hate on her. She like Pretty Woman times 1,000.
Sometimes I actually feel bad for a dumbass, but
she know what she doing. I mean,
I know. She's around here repeating. Did you hear that part when he said that because people loved the speech when Michelle Obama did it, and when Melania did it,
yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
He got caught. Well, she got caught plagiarizing the speech by Michelle Obama, And look, as bad as it looked, I'll give him credit for coming up with a joke about it, because it was already to the point where everybody knew she stole that speech. So at least he made a joke about it. So
verbatim, word for word. Like, come on, bro. And you expect us to trust shit like that, nigga? Oh man, listen. Come on. Listen, I don't want to get gangster grandma in this.
And Paul Bill in the comments says, just say she's making a lot. Yeah, Melania Trump. Well, listen, all the money Trump makes, she's his wife. So when he passes away, she gets a ton. Yeah, she's making a ton of money off the. Melania Trump is gonna make more money off the presidency.
If she's not securing that now, he'd be done buried his money in Mar-a-Lago, so nobody would get it.
Even if she came with a even if she came with
giving up money, he said out of his mouth he don't like paying people. He said that I did.
He ain't gotta pay her shit. She got an 8-figure book deal waiting on her.
Yeah,
she ain't gotta pay her nothing.
I hope it don't flop like her movie did.
That movie didn't flop. It flopped with liberals. Plenty of conservatives went out and
movie flopped, Tim.
No.
Yeah, it did.
That movie,
you might have seen it. Just because you seen it don't mean it didn't flop. That shit flopped. People don't even talk about the movie now. Like, it's just out. You don't hear nobody discussing the movie, not even any MAGA.
That movie, because it's Melania Trump, a lot of conservatives went and see that movie. I don't know how much they paid to make it, but it was profitable. It may have not been Top Gun 2, but it was profitable.
And that's considered a flop. I don't even think they made out what they put. They
gave her 40 mil. They gave her 40 mil.
This is the part where they say you be fluffing and shit. This shit is a flop. Let's call it what it is. And that's what I wanted to get at you about when you talk about Jasmine Crockett not being.
I think Tallarico was saying better shit.
And shit like that, but then you'll say Pam Bondi is qualified. Like I was about to call you the He-Man woman hater. This is the He-Man.
Well, first of all, I didn't say Jasmine Crockett was not qualified. I said Tallarico was just saying better shit.
What does he say that's better?
Unifying stuff. Jasmine Crockett is running on. We're gonna give Trump the same energy as he's giving us. Tallarico is running on.
Don't they say that they like people that stand up to people? Don't they say that about Trump? Oh, he got the nerve. Is that not the same thing that she's doing?
Yeah, and look where it's leading the country. Look where the country's going to be. We about to fall in hell.
Because of him or her.
Because of him. But if she follows up and does the same thing, it's just going to continue, and now it'll be because of her.
And that's you need somebody that's going to fight back. Why not?
You need somebody that's going.
How much worse could it be with Jasmine Crockett in there as opposed to what we have now?
I don't want to gauge it on how much worse. I want to gauge it on an effort to do better. And I think Tallarico, by just saying, look, Tallarico is talking unity and how we can move forward, not let's go and attack the folks in the back.
That the last how many with the exceptions of Obama, it's been nothing but white men running this country, and it's been
I get it.
Fucked up.
I get it. I'm just saying that.
But it's more fucked up now than ever. Shit, our deficit is over $40 trillion right now. Yeah. It's went up $2.1 trillion since in a year.
Well,
that's unprecedented.
He's been at war almost the whole time he's been president, so that's going to be very costly.
How much worse could it be with Jasmine Crockett running it as opposed to Trump?
I'm not saying it would get worse with Jasmine Crockett. I'm just saying in terms of us unifying. Not money, not the economy. I'm talking about just in terms of unity. We don't need somebody else.
We're divided now. You got people losing friends, family members, or jobs, all kind of shit. It's already divided.
Do you think doing what Jasmine Crockett would do would bring us together?
Listen, she goes at Trump because of how they display themselves and what they're doing. As far as a plan and shit, she is on point. She brings receipts. She ain't got to told not one lie.
Hot Wheels. She's calling the governor of Texas Hot Wheels.
They gave him that name. She didn't. That's been his nickname since he's been in office. She didn't give it to him.
How about the?
Why you think he didn't speak? Why you think he didn't speak back on it when she said it? Because that's his nickname.
I mean, I get it. I'm just simply saying, getting in there and doing exactly what Trump did. We need to one day get over the division that Trump has brought with us, and
we need somebody who's going to follow the law, Tim.
I'm not arguing with that.
And I mean, I get it. I hope Tyler Rico can get in there and stand toe to toe with these people, but you can't be nice to people like that. So when it comes to Trump, we the blue always they do. And I think somebody maybe it was one of the prior guests was saying the blue always is trying to go by the rule of the law, always trying to follow the rule of the law. And you're fighting against people who don't. You don't need nobody you need somebody like Jasmine Crockett. I'm gonna call y'all monkey asses out. I'm gonna call y'all out because y'all fucked up. You're lying, you're cheating, and it's just fucked up.
I get your point. I can't totally disagree with it, but it is what it is. I gotta move it on. I don't totally disagree with that, but I just in terms of division, I don't know, it just keeps the flame going. Miss Mobetta, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Help your boy out with the TikTok cap. A lot of low goal proceedings here today. Show your boy some love. And certainly if you're watching on YouTube, smash that like button. Help your boy out as well. It helps out the algorithm. We're going to go over to Instagram. That says Carmen. I think that says we'll bring up a guest. Jasmine said, thank you, Blue One Banks. Thank you. Yeah. Jasmine said that they can't dish it out, but they can. Yeah, they can dish it out, but they can't take it. There's some of that in there. I agree with that. Hold on one second there, Carmen. Hold on one second. Tim, look it up. Trump said that he won the gay vote. Trump loves gay men. That makes him a lover. He is a liar and incompetent liar. But you say he's gay. Do you think Trump is gay there, Carmen?
Probably not.
Any reason to think he might have a little of it in him?
Don't care.
Now, did you voted for Trump?
Yep.
Okay. How are you feeling about this whole Iranian excursion, conflict, war, whatever you want to? Is it a war in your opinion?
That's actually the main reason why I called you up. I'm kind of blown away with how many people get on here and are just rooting for Iran. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Well, we don't want to root for the enemy, but we want to make sure they are the enemy.
I can agree with that. As far as how it's going, it's deeper than I wanted it to be.
Do you believe Trump's play-by-play is accurate?
As accurate as Trump's going to be about it, yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, when he gets on and he's saying shit that's like, the hell is it? Oh, we've won.
Is that accurate?
You haven't won until they agree you've won.
So why is he saying he won when even you, who's not in the theater, people like me and everybody else know that we haven't won?
It's fucking sales pitch. I guess his objectives have been met, whatever he thinks they are. But,
well, if he's sending thousands more troops, has even his objectives been met?
What were his objectives? It was no nuclear weapons and
liberating them from the protesters.
I don't think liberating the protesters was an objective. That was an excuse.
So we use an excuse to go to war.
Yeah.
Saddam Hussein is killing his own people, so to speak.
Weapons of mass destruction was that one.
Yeah. So based on what you're saying, you kind of sound like me where I say this is an optional war that was not necessary.
Probably was. The thing is with going into Iran is all of the still believe it was bound to happen. The thing is with the protesters, and we're going to go in and liberate the protesters, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a sign like, hey, Iran's government is actually weak right now. Like, now's the time to strike. The iron is hot.
Yeah, but you would assume that when you're bombing schools full of kids and you're putting internet jokes of killing people, you're galvanizing their public. Can you imagine somebody bombed us and they started making cartoons about it and shit like that?
Well, that happens.
Is that what we normally do when we're killing people? We make jokes about it at the presidential level?
We did that in Afghanistan. We did that in Iraq.
I don't recall Bush posting cartoons and making jokes about killing Iranian or killing the Iraqis.
Fair enough, the U.S. government isn't posting that. That is a little childish to come out of the White House. I'd say that's the way things are going with social media being more prevalent than it was.
But
it didn't even exist. Twitter was maybe a thing, sort of. I don't remember when all that came out.
Yeah, but it's a big, big difference between a citizen saying something and the president of the United States doing it.
Yeah, sure. I think you're going to see more of it in the future, too.
Well, yeah.
That's why we're going to calm down. Because I'm actually on your side. It's like all this political divide bullshit. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? I want to talk about Trump derangement syndrome. It's just both sides, whatever your opinion is. You're going to just argue in favor of your opinion, no matter what. And that's on both sides. Call it whatever you want. Trump derangement syndrome kind of fits for both parties. So,
well, to me, I always say to my MAGA viewers, and you're MAGA, you voted for him. I say to MAGA, anytime you hear Trump derangement syndrome, you see somebody with it, you see it in the media, or you should stand up and cheer. You should be happy. Because if you're celebrating liberal tears, you're celebrating that he always sticks it to the left. That's what creates Trump derangement syndrome. So you're celebrating the stuff he is doing that creates TDS. So you should consider TDS as a victory. That is the outcome of that.
Not quite following on that, but
well, what you think the people that like Trump have TDS?
By your definition, yeah.
But what about by yours?
Well, I think it's the same definition.
What is your definition of TDS?
You're going to make your argument for your political party regardless of what's happening. So if Trump's, what would we say? Like Trump's over there saying that we're winning in Iran, when it's like you don't win until the enemy says you won.
Right.
Like both parties get a vote in that. And you want to come up here and say like, oh yeah, we're winning. Like we've done this, we've done that, and all this other bullshit. And that means we won. And it's like, well, that's a really weird definition of one, but okay. And the other side of Trump derangement syndrome would be like, we're going to put ICE in the airport, which whatever, they fucking need training to do that. And oh my God, why is ICE in the airport? They're just going to brutalize us in the airport. ICE just brutalizes us. And it's like, ICE does not fucking brutalize you at all.
You haven't seen ICE do anything that was wrong or brutal?
They have been engaged in conflicts with people where they had to use lethal force, and
that's it.
They're in that situation that they had to use lethal force.
You haven't seen them grabbing people simply because they had an accent. You haven't seen the video of the guy telling them, if you raise your voice at me, I'll take your voice. There's a lot of videos out there you must have not seen. ICE has been doing.
Raise your voice, take your voice.
Yeah, he's sitting in the car and telling a citizen, if you raise your voice at me, I'll take your voice.
No, it's probably grounds get terminated there.
But they're not being terminated. Do you think that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist?
He wasn't a terrorist. Alex Preddy getting shot, unfortunate accident.
How was it an accident?
He was engaged with ICE. He was over there being a fucktard. They attempted to arrest him. They took a gun off of him. Before they took the gun off of him, someone said gun. He's got a gun. Grabbed his gun, walked away, and a gun went off. I believe it was his.
Yeah, so
or someone's saying, hey, gun, 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 boom, you hear a gunshot, and it's like,
and they see all of what they see everything that you and I saw, and the administration, including President Trump, views the death of Alex Preddy and tells the public he's a domestic terrorist.
I don't know how the fuck you could say he's a domestic terrorist. That's shooting your mouth off before the facts come in.
Well, I mean,
it's like she was a dumbass doing dumbass shit. Should she have died? No, absolutely not.
So once again, more optional killing.
I wouldn't call it optional.
Did he have to take her life? Did he have to? You talking about Renee Nicole Good? Was it a case of if he didn't take her life, he would have lost his life?
Apparently, the laws determine that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just asking you personally. I'm asking you personally. When you watched the video of Renee Nicole Good losing her life, did you look at that as, man, if he didn't do that to her, he would have lost his life. He would have died.
Possibility, yeah. Kind of bullshit, but it's a possibility. And you put yourself in the situation of you had half a second to make all the decisions you made.
He's firing at her through the side window. What was she going to do? How was she going to take his life? Get out the car and shoot him?
That wasn't the first shot. That probably was the last shot.
Yeah, but he was still alive to take it. So he's shooting somebody that's not obviously going to kill him.
Yeah.
So it's an optional shooting.
In that split second, yeah, possibly look at it and say that last shot there, that was one too many, asshole.
So you believe, just like I do, in both of those shootings, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Pretty were optional shootings.
Self-defense, yes.
Defense from what? If they hadn't shot Alex Pretty, what was going to happen?
Nothing. That was an accident.
So that one's optional.
In the moment of, hey, we're arresting this guy. Hey, he's got a gun on him, and then you hear a gunshot go off.
Yeah, but if you
either he's shooting at us or I'm engaging in sympathetic fire, which is not something you should do, but it does happen.
Yeah, if you're firing rounds into a suspect, aren't you supposed to see the threat? It could be somebody in the crowd yelling gun. You're firing. You clearly are not seeing anybody armed that you're shooting at because he's not armed anymore. So you don't see, when they asked him in court what led you to fire, at best they can say what you said, gun, because clearly you're not seeing any visual threat that you're shooting at.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's just that sympathetic fire bullshit. You're not supposed to engage in that, but it just happens. And
well, I would submit a little bit more training might have helped stuff like that. You're sending these folks in there, they're not trained. You got 6 guys on this dude, and now you're popping, and not to mention they're banging him upside the head with a canister of pepper spray or whatever before they shot him. They were beating his ass too.
That first dude engaging him, he's got some fucking anger issues.
Okay.
That guy probably be sitting right in a desk for a long time.
So the first guy that engaged has anger issues. Now, we started out this conversation with you saying nobody's being brutalized by ICE. Now we've come around to you admitting at least one of them has anger issues.
Fair enough there.
All right, we getting somewhere. See, we're making progress.
Back the fuck up, back the fuck up, back the fuck up, and he's just not complying.
Yeah. So
beating him over the head with the canister, yeah, like what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like,
yeah,
you're absolutely terrible at your job.
Yeah, and that's chances are. I mean, you've seen Bovino just casually throwing what was it, tear gas or what? Just casually throwing tear gas at the protest. I mean, they were taking a stance of anybody fucks with us, escalate the situation. They were not attempting to de-escalate on any of those situations. I mean, if you can walk away, look, if somebody's yelling shit at you and you can walk away, just walk away. You don't need to address or escalate every situation you encounter. They didn't have those problems in New Orleans. They didn't have those problems in Memphis. There's a reason they had those problems in Minnesota, because they went there with a different mindset.
Not entirely of that belief. I kind of think shit escalated in Minnesota because both the governor and Mayor Fry were instigating people to go out there and fuck with ICE, create the atmosphere where these bad things could happen.
Perhaps they were both instigating each other to go fuck with each other. I don't know, but ICE is certainly on video doing some shit they shouldn't be doing. He's not that one guy you mentioned. He ain't the only one that had anger issues.
Yeah, of course not. And you get young dudes, throw a badge on them, tell them to go out there
and now they're putting them at the airports
with little training. And they're like, I don't really know how to fucking do a job, but I know I'm supposed to be the fucking last word, so I'm going to go do that.
Fair enough. So then you would understand why people were concerned with having them in airports. Certainly when President Trump is talking about going out to Somalis and putting Ilhan Omar in the conversation, if you're going to, because he said if they don't come to an agreement in regards to the Democrats and the Republicans and get the TSA agents paid. He said, if they don't come to an agreement, we're going to send ICE to the airports and secure America like nobody's ever seen before. And then he goes into the Somalis and Ilhan Omar and shit.
I don't know what the fuck secure the airports like no one's ever seen before.
It's a threat. It's a threat. Yeah, it's a threat. I mean, he's making threats.
I mean, you probably do get illegals in the airport all the time. It's like, I'm going home, motherfucker. Let me on the plane. No, we're gonna arrest you first.
So do you agree with the SAVE Act having them having the ICE at polling places?
Having ICE in polling places?
Yeah, they want to have ICE agents at polling places.
You should probably quit threatening to use ICE all over the place. All over the place.
That's exactly what's happening. Is that what you said? You threatening to use ICE every damn where. That's exactly what he's doing.
Well, what does that do? Like, I'm going to put ICE at a polling place, and they're going to do what exactly there?
Well, shit, if everybody's... Now that people see how they acted in Minneapolis, folk, and then you got J.D. Vance telling them, don't forget you have immunity in your job. He's giving folks the belief that ICE is kind of Gestapo-like. He's made folks scared of ICE.
I think that I guess I can understand people would feel that way. I think it's kind of bullshit, though.
They're wearing masks. If ICE fucks with you and you think you got a legitimate case, how do you report some dude that had a mask on?
I would assume they got badge numbers.
No, they don't.
I haven't dealt with ICE. I don't.
Yeah. So they got total. Yeah, they don't even have badge numbers or anything. So they got total anonymity. That's what I'm saying. How do you report somebody if something happens?
Time, place, and hopefully someone fucking copped the incident.
And you expect that to work after seeing that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist. You expect to get justice from that.
I expect the department to be at least on board.
The same department that not only called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist, they didn't let anybody else investigate his death. They prevented Minnesota. They prevented the city. Nobody, only the federal government has access to what happened to that guy. So nobody else can be involved in the death investigation. And before the investigation even began, they were already calling the guy a domestic terrorist. That's the department you're expecting. They'll give you some kind of justice.
That's not the department. That's the Trump administration.
Right. That's who you got to go and report that to.
Well, find him guilty. We fired his ass, or hey, we actually brought him up on criminal charges.
How do you even know who he is? He had a mask on.
The ICE agency knows who it is.
And you feel they're going to do the right thing.
If you saw his face, do you feel like they did the right thing?
City cops that you can identify by name on their tag, they don't even often do the right thing. They'll tell you the body cam is turned off, or we're still investigating, we can't release it. You expect a dude with a mask on and no name tag. If you got 6 or 7 cops that are walking down the street, one of them hit me upside the head. Well, they're all 6 of them, we talked to them, they're all saying they didn't do it. Where does that go?
All 6 of them. It wasn't me, it was the other guy. Well, I don't think they're just walking down the street beating people over the head.
I think we've had a history in this country of people refusing to believe police could be bad since we've been a country. We've always had people saying police are mistreating people, and we've always had people saying they just want to go home to their families until they invented the video camera.
Somewhere in the middle is the truth.
Right. So if this person is saying somebody hit him in the head, there's a 50% chance he's probably telling the truth.
I don't know if it's 50%, but sure, there's a chance.
Yeah. So now you want to give what you're admitting, officers that don't have proper training, the ability to conceal themselves and hope that if something go wrong, they'll come up and cop to it.
I think the issue with ICE is, for whatever reason, they end up being left alone to handle what's it called, just like huge mobs of people protesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And protests are fine when people are standing across the street going, fuck you, you're a fascist, whatever. No one gives a fuck. But whenever it gets to the point, like, sun goes down, people start throwing fireworks and fucking glass bottles and shit at you. And it's like, this is getting out of hand. Someone needs to take care of this shit. Are the local police going to take care of it? Oh, fuck no. You're not even supposed to be here. You're standing on your own federal property, and, you know, all the citizens in the area are coming out and fucking with you. It's like, I guess cops aren't going to do it. We can engage these people because they are fucking with us. So we'll go arrest them, charge them with federal crimes for, you know, attempted assault on a federal agent or whatever.
Yeah, if they're physically throwing fireworks or rocks at you or something like that, I can understand that. But you mentioned fuck you, you're a fascist. They were messing with people doing that too, which is totally protected by free speech. You can actually cuss cops out and say things negative to cops. They were responding to that too. It wasn't just when people threw stuff at them. They were responding to insults and things as well.
I haven't seen anything where like someone's just yelling bullshit at them and they freak the fuck out on them.
Well, you need to see that video where the guy said, if you raise your voice, I will take your voice. He's clearly on video saying that.
All right.
Yeah.
I will look for
So, not to mention there's another guy, they're hemming him up because he has an accent, not doing anything wrong. They just said you got an accent. That's why we're demanding all your, I mean, they won't let him go. Like, he's an American.
I think that's a legitimate reason to ask questions of someone.
Do they have to answer them?
American citizen, you don't speak like you're from America. Like you were talking about with the rappers earlier,
Mm-hmm.
that alleged ICE or what was it, AI video. It's like, hey, it sounds like an American saying that.
So do you believe that if a person is speaking with an accent, ICE has a right to ask them questions? Do they have a right to refuse and walk away?
Don't think federal law requires you to identify yourself. I'm not 100% sure on that. I do know state by state, some states require you to ID yourself.
Every state requires
or
you
they,
to
or if they have reasonable suspicion to suspect you are or have committed a crime, and that gives them the reasonable suspicion to have you identify yourself.
Having an accent is not a reasonable suspicion of a crime at all. I mean, you want to hem up Melania Trump? She got an accent. You want to pull her over and hem up against a wall and demand ID?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. That goes against probable cause. You can't just hem somebody up because they got an accent. That's all they were stopping these folks for, and they didn't allow these folks to leave. You got to actually show them ID and stuff like that. That's why people do not like ICE. In fact, I heard, it could be wrong, but I've heard that right now ICE has the lowest favorable numbers of any institution, even lower than the IRS. People really do not fucking like ICE.
Yeah, I think they've been villainized enough and used inappropriately. Like, Trump shouldn't be sending them into places it's not appropriate to have ICE.
Yeah.
Like, they should be going customs enforcement. That's it. Immigration and customs enforcement.
Yeah. Well,
like, they're not security officers. They're not supposed to go watch polling places unless you really suspect, like, oh, fuck, half the people coming here are going to be illegal aliens that need to be deported. Like, those are the only people they should be dealing with.
So let me ask you another. Now, you voted? Did you vote for Trump all three times?
Second and third time.
Second and third time. Who'd you vote for the first time? Hillary and Trump?
Johnson.
Okay. So how do you, if you know the old letter grades when we were in school, A, B, C, D, or F? What letter grade would you give them right now? Almost a year and a half in.
Year and a half in. Well, you might be surprised. Higher than you'd expect. Probably a B.
Better than average.
Yeah. I'll actually explain this to you. And this is a fundamental thing that I think a lot of your callers and I disagree on.
Okay.
Is the immediate harm of, like, gas prices went up. It's like we're fucking with Iran. Gas prices went up.
Right.
It's like, I understand gas prices are going to go up while we're fucking with Iran. How long is that going to last? I don't know. I hope not long.
But do you understand we're fucking with Iran? I get that. You're right. Gas prices are going up, but he didn't. Did he lead you to believe we were going to be fucking with Iran when he got in there?
No, definitely no.
I'm trying to figure out how this B is going. Keep going. I want to know where this B is coming from.
Right. Well, the thing is, the idea of what America should be and the long-term goal of it, that there is some definite, like, it's going to be painful getting taxes back in order, getting shit back to where it's like you're kind of addicted to big government. So pulling government back.
You think that's what he is doing, is pulling government back? He said he wanted to nationalize the election. You think that's what he's doing?
And I don't nationalize the election. I'm on board with, like, if you're going to vote in a federal election, you have to follow federal laws.
So you would be okay if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris had nationalized the election and put Democrats in control, because he said he wants to put Republicans in control. You'd have been okay with that.
Probably wouldn't have fucked up the election a whole lot.
So you're taking away some states' rights, at least when it comes to elections.
When it comes to federal elections, you shouldn't have, like, well, California allows illegal immigrants to come vote in local elections. And by the way, we might accidentally hand you a ballot that maybe you shouldn't have voted on.
How do you know California's allowing illegal immigrants to vote? I've heard this one before.
We allow illegal immigrants to vote in their local elections, like the city. So your city, you're allowed to vote for your school board. And if you're an illegal immigrant, you live in California, certain cities in California, we want you to have a say in who's educating your children. So come vote for the school board. It's on election day.
Are they allowed to vote in federal? I haven't heard this, but are they allowed to vote in federal elections in California?
No.
So why would the federal government? You said you want the federal government to take over if they're voting in federal elections. Now you mentioned California, you go into state and local elections. So you're saying that illegal immigrants are not voting, at least in California's federal elections, right?
Not legally, no.
So why would you want the president to take over?
Here's the thing. We're going to have our local election ballot. We're going to hand everyone that comes here one of those. And we might accidentally hand you a federal ballot as well. And we're not really going to ask questions if you fill them both out.
Is there any evidence of that happening?
No.
So you're going to take over something based on, so it's not based on anything that really happened.
No, it's possible. It's what happened.
Well, shit, an asteroid is possible. You want to join NASA? Anything is possible. I mean,
those are the claims by, this is how federal election could happen. We want to solidify how those loopholes where it could happen, make it to where it's basically impossible for it to happen. And I think a lot of people like myself that are conservative, you look at illegal immigrants living in your city, it's kind of like, you shouldn't even fucking be here in the first place. Why are you allowed to vote?
Yeah, but how do you know if the federal, if let's say Gavin Newsom is allowing illegal immigrants to vote. I haven't heard of this, but let's say he's allowing illegal immigrants to vote. And he becomes president in 2028. You don't give him the ability to federalize the elections. So now he can now do that at a federal level.
Yeah, I'd totally throw a shift about that.
Well, so don't give the federal government the power to do something that you may not favor when the guy that you don't like gets in there.
Fair point.
Okay. Let me ask you another. You make for a good call. Let me ask you another one. Who won the 2020 election?
You didn't know you asked me this like 3 times.
I'm getting old. The memory is waning.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. A little ways behind you, but I'm behind you. As far as the election, winning the election goes, the person who the person who raised their hand and swore into the office, that's who won the election.
So Joe Biden won in 2020.
That's who won.
So when Trump says he won by a landslide because he didn't raise his hand and get sworn in, he lied. You said the person who raised their hand and got sworn in is the person who won. Trump did not raise his hand after the 2020 election. Biden did. Yet Trump is saying he won. So Trump is lying because according to you, the guy who raised his hand won.
Fucking hell, dude.
I'm just taking your words. That's what you said, right?
I don't want to change the subject too much. I don't really give a fuck about the 2020 election because it does come down to who actually got sworn into office. That's who won.
All of this stuff we're doing is because of what he claimed in the 2020 election. Save America Act, ICE, all of this stuff is the derivative of him claiming that.
Secure the elections kind of thing. Yeah, got you there.
Well, he ain't necessarily just securing them. He's coming up with new rules and things that is based on just like the mail-in voting. That's based on accusations that people are cheating. ICE at poll places. That's based on accusations that illegal immigrants are voting. But all of this stuff is short on actual evidence.
For
the reason he's implementing it. He's implementing new changes and he's giving you the reason why, but he's not showing you proof that the reason he said is why has ever happened.
Whatever. I don't give a fuck about the SAVE Act, honestly. I'm not into the minutia of it.
And so on.
I know there's something about IDs and women with the, they change their names after being married, something. Don't know.
Fair enough. Last question before I let you go. Who's responsible for the TSA not getting paid for nearly a month now? Over a month.
Who's the one saying we're going to hold out until he changes bill, something?
The bill you just said you don't really care about. The minutia.
Everyone's responsible for it. You can't figure it the fuck out. It's like you guys need to be locked in a room until you can figure it the fuck out.
But you voted for the greatest deal maker of all time.
Yeah.
What's happening with them? I'm hearing this B. Where did this B grade come from, teacher? Professor, you gave him a B.
Bombs on Congress, like you can't fucking send B2s over the Capitol. Fuck.
You said, are you giving him a B because he has potential? Or are you giving him a B because he actually passed some tests?
That's probably the one. The idea of what the government needs to do, I like where he's going. What he's fucking doing today, tomorrow, I got hope that he's heading in the right direction.
I don't know. I think you're teaching at Participation Trophy University. I gotta move it on, but you're giving him a B based on what he may do in the future, not what he's actually done.
That's way off topic before you throw me off.
Sure.
Well, whatever. The other thing that you always claim you lied about, the medical bullshit, where it's like 1,500% lower bullshit. Like, I'm going to drop the cost by 1,500% on prescriptions.
Yeah.
Let me make it make sense. So, pharmaceuticals, they are marked up like 2,000%, 2,000%. So, it costs you $1 to make a pill, and you go to the pharmacy and you buy that pill, it costs you $20 to purchase it. So, it's a 2,000% markup.
I get what you're saying.
So we're going to save you 1,500% off of that markup. And notice he only talks about it specifically on pharmaceuticals is the only time he says that. I believe that is the reason why he claims that over 100% savings on pharmaceuticals.
Well, I'll just say it like this before I tune you out. Let's see it come to reality, because he does often say, like you just said, you're giving him a B based on potential. I would give him a high grade based on potential for that as well. But let's actually see. I don't get a grade out until you actually pass the test. I don't give you he's been studying a lot, so I'm going to give him an A. No, I need to see what you do on the damn test first. So I got to, if he lowers it like that, I'll give him credit. I got to move it on. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll try to drop it.
Okay. And I'll see if I can help out if okay, there we go. All right, moving on. They always give Trump a pass as JPT Farms. Yeah. As I made it clear, I can't give you a grade based on potential. I got to give you your grades based on what you actually have done. And he gave him a B, and I absolutely asked him, well, give me the reasons you're giving him a B. And as he admitted, I believe he's taking America in the right direction. Fair enough. But it should be, I believe he has taken America in the right direction. Not you're planning on doing it because he may not succeed. You may have given him a B and he may fail the test. That's all I'm saying. I'm looking at, you can see on my screen here, pictures of Iran blowing up. They're showing on News Nation. Anyway, in the comments, Evil B Babu says, Tim, I'm definitely late on this one. Miss Mobetta is right. Rotten Tomatoes gave Melania movie a 7%. It's pretty bad, extremely bad. Well, I'm not saying the movie is good. I'm saying it was not a box office flop. You guys said Melania Trump's movie is a box office flop. I don't believe that. I think it did profit. Trump loves the poorly educated, says Big Bo C. And JC says Trump has a crooked orange mushroom. You sound like Stormy Daniels repeating that. Alexa, did Melania Trump's movie profit?
Melania Trump's movie didn't make a profit. It grossed $16.7 million worldwide against a $40 million production budget and $35 million marketing costs.
Okay, I stand corrected badly on that. It was a flop. It was a big fucking flop. Oh my God, I don't get it right all the time, and I won't say that anymore. That is a huge flop. Wow, Miss Mobetta, oh God. I stand embarrassingly corrected there. That is, that's a real bad flop. Jeez, that's bad. That's bad. I thought it would make money, Nicole. I thought that MAGA would show up. You know, when Mike Lindell was on stage, Trump said, "Go out and buy a Mike pillow," and all this money flooded in. I guess he didn't promote Melania's movie strong enough. That's bad. All right. Miss Better was really right about that. Anyway, continuing on with the program, go to one of my subs, my few subscribers there, Arsha Fine. Good evening, Arsha. Trump can only fraud and grift. Well, he could have sold his own wife's movie. Arsha, good evening. You'll listen to yes, Miss Better, I'm listening. Arsha, are you there?
Mm-hmm. I am.
I didn't know Melania did that bad. Wow. Okay.
I did. How could you not know this? Anyway.
I almost went and saw it, and my viewers told me I would be a sellout. I still want to see it. I want to see what it's about.
You know, I wanted to see how bad the movie Sausage Party was too, and I watched it, and it was worse than I thought it could be. It should have been a short.
Well,
that's a movie for a 13-year-old boy, huh?
Ooh. Well, I'll tell you this, because I think Melania Trump would make good money for a book deal if Trump leaves, but that's going to hurt that. I mean, her movie did that bad. Wow, that's crazy.
Fact that her husband didn't even promote it.
Yeah, that's bad too.
Or her both, so,
it ain't like they hard up for money.
No.
And she got up 40 mil regardless. It was Amazon that suffered. Trump probably make it up to Bezos in another way.
Oh, he's making plenty. He's good.
Yeah, they're extremely good. They're extremely good.
Did you? I think it was it yesterday or the day before where he said he liked being around losers because they made him feel like a winner. It was live on television. He said what was it else? He only likes to be around people who will listen to him stating how wonderful and great he is.
Well, when you look at Mike Johnson.
We all knew that, but he finally said it out loud, you know?
Yeah, when you look at Mike Johnson and some of them folks, how they he is around people that make him feel real good. I mean, when they say a person is, sucking you off or holding your balls, or they verbally do exactly that. Like they can't even walk in the room and say hi to the guy without telling him how great he's been as a president. I mean, like everything comes with a compliment. Like,
he won an award. He was the first recipient of
the Make America Great Again. Yeah, the Make America Great Award from Mike Johnson. Annually, he's going to get one annually.
Oh, good God, yeah.
He's going to be on a coin. He's going to sign a paper of money. He's on the Kennedy Memorial. What else is there? The F-47 jet. They're naming a Navy ship after him. I heard Oklahoma and Florida tried to name stretches of highway. All of this after a guy that's still alive. How do you get a memorial before even being dead?
I don't know, Tim. I can't answer on that. It's just...
I don't know anybody that's ever gotten a memorial in the history of time.
My brother always says that he thinks that Donald Trump is comical and he's freaking hilarious. But he also says the problem with that is that, he's the commander in chief of the United States. If he was saying all these things and he wasn't, didn't have a button and wasn't in control of the military and funds, it would be funny. But it's not.
I don't know.
It's at our expense.
I have never heard of anybody in my entire life that received a memorial without being dead first. That's the first guy that's ever received a memorial while he was alive. Other than maybe I guess you buy your plot or something like that, but to name a museum after a guy that's still walking around.
Well, maybe he had a premonition.
By the time he's done, you're gonna have a city in America named Trump. They may start naming. They have one in it. I think they named the town in Israel after him.
Oh, well, that's a whole other story. Okay, Tim, let's okay. What are we talking about? Oh, I wanted to say something. I made a post, I think it was a couple weeks ago, about my price of gas in Hawaii. Mm-hmm. I took a picture of the pump. Of course, I got tons of comments. Of course, I live in New Scum state. That's what I get for living in a Democratic state. For any of those people who looked at that, and it's accompanied by "What have you done for me lately?" By Janet Jackson.
Yeah.
No, I don't live in California. And regardless of where you live, maybe your gas was $2 something a month ago. Maybe your gas was $5 something a month ago. The fact of the matter is, my gas has gone up a gallon, $1.55.
It's went up an additional $1.55 per gallon
in 4 weeks.
Damn.
So regardless of what I was paying before, I'm now paying, and a lot of people in states I know are paying up to $1 more.
One of the good things you don't have to drive as far in Hawaii, I suppose.
I live on the Big Island, so it's really spread out. My commute's like 15, but I mean, there are people that commute 50 miles a day here from the east side of the island to the west side of the island for work 5 days a week, and it's not about, we're all going to pay it because, if we have a car and we need to drive, we're going to do that. Right. And it's not suck on it Democrats or eat shit, MAGA. It's like, this is happening to Americans regardless. This will be the only time I will say, because I usually don't think a president is fully responsible for gas prices because it is a global market, but he was the one that gave the final order in this conflict. So yes, it's
impossible. It's impossible not to suggest he's not responsible for the raising of gas prices in this, because it happened right after an event you did. It's impossible to say you ain't got nothing to do with this.
Yeah, this is not a Democratic state problem. No. This is not Republican states have cheaper gas. Yes, you probably do have cheaper gas, most definitely if you're in Texas or parts of the South. But you cannot tell me that even if your gas was $2 2 months ago, it hasn't gone up.
Yeah, it's went up. Yeah, it's one up. It's one up a good piece. If you're paying $2 a gallon and it goes up to $2.50, that's a 25% increase, and it's one up more than that. Even in the cheap, like Oklahoma, for instance, one of the cheaper states in the union to buy gas, it's one up probably at least $1 a gallon, just about almost everywhere. Yeah,
so,
it's one, at least $1.
It affects us all. So, to all those MAGA out there that are like, oh, suck it because you're a Democrat. Well, you're sucking it too. So there you go. So that's what I have to say about that one.
Oh my
That's
God.
Probably the one thing we are all doing together is watching our tank, the numbers and dollar signs go up when we're pumping gas.
But what about other than gas prices and the war in Iran? How do you heard my last guest has given them a B, which is above average?
Nothing has happened positively for me, or negatively, I guess I should say. I'm 50. I'll be 52, so I'm not worried. I'm not planning on getting pregnant anytime soon or having a oops. Yeah, no, none of that.
Just get the practice.
The voting thing, I am a woman, so I guess thank goodness I have a passport and I have my marriage license, because I had lost that once and that was a nightmare. Yeah.
Do you favor the Save America Act? You got a passport, you're not worried about it, obviously, but do you favor it?
No, I think it's stupid. I think it's a waste of time. It just puts more bureaucracy. It's going to cause so many problems, because all of these people that might have first it was an ID. Okay, everybody get a valid ID. Okay, easy done. Now you're going to have proof of citizenship. Your ID doesn't do that. What are you going to have to get? Okay, passport or birth certificate. Okay, both of those cost money, and it's going to take time to get those things. Passports don't come overnight. Even expedited, it can take months.
And you're right.
I think it's a deterrent. I think a lot of people are going to find that they will be disenfranchised, whether it has to do with time or ability, to obtain that, especially if a bunch of people need to get these documents. There's going to be a huge backlog.
Yeah, Bobby Covino in the comments says, birth certificate I carry with me. You carry your birth certificate on you? Who does that?
Why would you? I mean, your social security, you shouldn't carry those documents on you.
Why would you carry
maybe your passport, because it's.
Why would you? Yeah, how often do you have to pull out your birth certificate to show somebody? I'm virtually never. Why would you carry that on you?
No. DMV, that's about it. If you're married.
Yeah, somebody else in the comments said they carry it on them too. I can't remember the last time. Well, in fact I did. I'm going on a cruise coming up, and I went ahead and got the TSA speed checkout or whatever it's called, so you don't go in the main line. And I had to go and show my birth certificate to get pre-check or whatever it's called. And,
yes, you do for that because of security reasons, but. Otherwise,
that was the first time I had to show my birth certificate, probably since the real ID came out.
I don't even have to. You don't even have to show your. Get out of the cat food. Hey, what are you doing? Sorry, I got a puppy.
You got a bad pussy?
I have a puppy.
Oh, puppy in the puppy's in the pussy food. Okay, all right, just check it. Just check it.
Yeah, she's smart. Get it. Anyway. Upon hiring, you have to show, an ID and social security number or something so that legal documentation that you can actually work, whether it be, right. So it's weird. It's weird.
I don't like it because,
like I said, it's a deterrent.
It's a deterrent to lessen the vote, to lessen the quantity of voters, and also gives them the right to be more heavily scrutinizing documents in Democrat areas. And just, you may have a Republican say, when I went to vote, I gave my birth certificate, she barely looked at it. And you might have another person in a Democrat, man, they held it up to the light. They were asking me about the watermark. And they were scrutinizing them real heavy in our area because they were looking to disqualify people. But in a Republican, she just said hi and gave me a ballot, barely even said anything to me. So that gives them the power, because this is what they used to do when they had literacy tests before the Civil Rights Act. The white voter would come in and take the reading test. They barely even grade it. When the black person take it, they graded it with a fine-tooth comb looking for errors to fail the person. This gives them room to do that.
Well, and let's not forget that this country, when voting was first allowed, you had to either own land or pay money to vote.
Right.
Or white people weren't able to vote.
Right. Yeah.
Heck, you weren't even able to join the army or the military for a long time, but they had to give you some breadcrumbs to make you think you were better than black folks.
Well, and I see in the comments someone, Mr. Wise Guy says, if you are struggling financially, that is not the government's fault. That is a you problem. Sure didn't hear that under Biden. I wasn't hearing people say that. You were blaming Biden for everybody struggling. All of a sudden, Trump get in there, and it ain't the government's fault no more. Okay, I'm learning.
Okay, first off, I am so sick and tired of hearing these freaking fools. They're probably the same people that say, "Well, God says, God helps those who help themselves." Yeah. Motherfucker, shut the fuck up. Anyway, it's just. I can't even talk about that because it's just foolishness. And some of these people just really, truly have fear, anger, and hatred in their hearts, Tim.
I saw somebody post on TikTok. This blonde girl, she said, what's really distressing her is she's finding out that some of her family and friends it would not be safe to tell them the location of Anne Frank. And I'm like, she's saying that literally I would not have been able to trust them with where Anne Frank is. So I think she's kind of saying what you're saying, that she's, I don't know, are people coming across as that hateful to you?
I think the problem is some of these people are being told the wrong things about the message of Jesus at the pulpit. To all you people out there that call yourselves Christians, if you are walking into your congregation on a Sunday, Saturday, whatever day, and you hear anything other than love and forgiveness and charity to all people, you need to find a new pastor, priest, or reverend, because that is not following Jesus. And you don't have to go to church. You don't have to be a Christian. You don't have to, identify as any certain group or, sect of things to know what Jesus meant.
Well, Democrats for Trump in the comments. Democrats for Trump 4547 says, it's always the non-Christians trying to lecture us. Huh?
Actually, I am a Christian. This person obviously didn't hear. I'm a Catholic. I'm a practicing Catholic.
Right.
I chose Catholicism at 34. I went to Mass today, Palm Sunday. I didn't hear anything but love, help thy neighbor, thy enemy, love others as I've loved you. And also, when you dish out venom, you're going to get it back.
It should also be noted that Christians have a history of lecturing others too. So I don't know why he's saying it's always the non-Christians trying to lecture us. Christians lecture people all the damn time. The whole Bible is nothing but lecturing. So I don't know where you're going with that.
I wouldn't say that. I would say the Bible is an account, right? It's an account of something that's happened in history. It does deliver a fairly clear message. There's some parables in there. There's some stories to kind of give you the gist of how to act, right? Because apparently we can't figure it out on our own.
Maybe the Ten Commandments. How about this? The Ten Commandments. That's lecturing.
Well, Jesus had to come because nobody could even understand how to live within those. And he just narrowed it down to 2.
I'm just saying, Christianity is known for lecturing.
What I'm saying is, if you check a box as you being a Christian or a follower of Christ, it doesn't mean that you are. If you go out after church on Sunday and on Monday, you're judgy, you basically anything, you're trolling on the internet, you're sending like glares because somebody is holding hands with the same gender, any of those things, you're not practicing what Jesus said.
Well, I think that's
regardless.
That's a large portion of America.
But moving on, did you hear? Oh gosh, Tim, did you hear about? I just got to change it to something funny really quick. Did you hear the latest confession of RFK Jr.?
No.
Holy shit, dude! This guy, he needs to go to a confessional or something.
What did he say? Give it to me.
He had his kids in the car one day. There was a raccoon hit on the side of the road. He stopped. This is the gist of it.
It's always animals with this guy.
He stopped. Kids were in the car. He cut off the penis of the raccoon, put it somewhere so he could examine it later when he got home. But don't worry, his kids were waiting patiently in the car. What in the actual F? Who shares that? What is wrong with you? You go from like heroin helped me pass college to I have a great immune system.
He wanted to be president.
Cocaine, and now you're saying how you cut off roadkill's penis
Where did you hear
because
this?
you wanted to examine it later, dude. Are you sure you're still not on some of these things?
Where did you hear this? I haven't heard that.
Yeah, it was you know how he likes to just sit around and talk story.
Jesus. And he wanted to be president.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. Anyway, but yes, that was interesting. But yeah, hilarious. Right. So what's your estimate, Tim? When are we pulling out? When are we gonna win?
When he said we win when he feels it in his bones. So I think what I think is going to happen, being frank about this.
But he said we already won. Remember?
Yeah. But in terms of, you said pull out though, that's a difference. What's going to end up happening? My guess is eventually either he will realize or some of his advisors will let him know that we bit off more than we can chew. And we'll just make an excuse to say, well, we've destroyed enough shit. We've killed enough targets. The Ayatollah is dead. We've won and we've pulling out. We'll just create a reason to say that's good enough. We're leaving. But the actual objectives that he gave, liberating protesters, and we got to put in a replacement for the Ayatollah that he has some say so in, that's not going to happen. As the gas prices and the death toll continue to increase, it'll be a cutoff point when it becomes so unpopular. He'll just make up an excuse and say, that's enough. We bombed enough targets and we'll leave. That's how we're going to pull out. Whenever he decides in his bones, it's time to do it.
Jesus, that's horror. That's terrifying.
That's what's going to happen. I strongly believe that. I don't think they have a plan. I got to move it on, but I'll give you the last word.
I want to ask the question about the SAVE Act to anybody. And I just want to make one comment. Having an accent does not make you a non-citizen. There are plenty of people that become citizens that still hold their accent. That being said, name me another country of the Western world, let's just say NATO or anything, that makes it so that you have to show where you were born and a passport to vote.
Good question. I don't know any country. It may be one of them out there. I'm not going to say that doesn't exist.
How was it in Australia? I know you couldn't vote.
I couldn't vote, so I didn't get. Yeah, I didn't get involved in. But Australia has what they call compulsory voting. So, as a condition of turning 18, you have to answer to the poll. So they come looking for you. You don't have to go looking for them. They just like the Selective Service. They send some to your house, and you got to respond to it. As an adult, you have to take part in the elections. You don't have to vote for.
You have to participate.
Right. You don't have to vote for any of the candidates. You can just kind of answer here or present, but you have to respond. The Republicans would be adamantly against doing that in America, but I believe that's the way it should be. You turn 18, it's your civic duty. Answer the damn poll. You don't have to vote for it. Just say present, so we know you got it. But they know who the citizens are. You shouldn't have to come down with birth certificates and shit. They know who you are.
So in the state of Hawaii now, the moment you turn 18, let's say you get like an ID or whatever, they automatically register you to vote. You have to request not to be.
And the Republicans don't like that shit. Arsha, gotta go.
All right.
Thanks for coming through.
Yep.
I like that. I like the idea that all citizens at the age of 18 should be contacted by the voting bureau or whatever the case may be. You don't have to vote for anybody. You just have to answer. It'll be on there. Trump, Gavin Newsom, or whoever the hell he's running for, whoever the independent candidates are, it's going to be on there. But you can also write in yourself or something of that nature. You don't have to vote for anybody on there, but you got to answer this. Like I said, the right would be adamantly against that. They would not favor that because that would certainly increase the amount of folks voting in elections. And low voter turnout works well for the right. High voter turnout works well for the left, which is why the Democrats tend to make it easier to vote. The issue with making it easier to vote is what Trump is often talking about. The easier you make it to vote, the higher the chances are somebody may commit fraud because you made it so easy to vote. Now, he doesn't prove that there's a whole lot of people voting fraudulently, but fact is, if you do make it easier to vote, you make it easier to commit fraud. The Republicans, on the other hand, make it harder to vote, getting rid of mail-in voting, limiting polling places, only wanting you to vote from a certain period of hours, not wanting to make election day a holiday, don't give people bottles of water when they're in line. That way, if they're hot, maybe they'll get out of line. The Republican Party wants to make it harder to vote. Now, making it harder to vote does make it harder to commit fraud. However, it also increases the likelihood that legitimate voters are not going to be able to cast votes because you make it hard enough that you're going to cut out some of them too. Now they can't get documents, or they didn't get the time off work, and the hours they could vote were so limited, it missed them up. Or maybe they're disabled and you don't got rid of mail-in voting. So they used to be able to mail it in, and now you don't eliminate that. And if they can't get a ride to a polling place, they suddenly can't vote. So the right makes it harder to vote, making it harder to commit fraud. But what you do is you end up disenfranchising legitimate voters. Legitimate people now cannot vote. So, I mean, there's good and bad, I guess, with it. You don't want fraud, but at the same time, you don't want to cost legitimate voters a way of voting. And that's what the right is doing, because now they're going to a point of, now not only your ID is not, now we don't just want you to have an ID, we want you to start incorporating birth certificates and passports and all this other stuff that you got to go out and get. And all of that stuff costs money. All of that stuff is going to cost money. Obviously, we don't want you, let's say, for instance, like for years, I had lost my long form birth certificate, not the shit I got now from the births and deaths department, but I had my long form birth certificate where my parents signed it and all that stuff. It had long since tore up and it became just a useless document. But I had put it on a copier and made some copies of it. For a lot of, like when I first started working and when I went to college and stuff, that worked. That ain't gonna work for Trump. Now you're talking, we need the official document with the seal on and all that. That stuff costs money and time to get. So yeah, they're going to make it so that legitimate people, my guess is they're going to probably prevent more legitimate people from voting than they are illegal immigrants. Because I still have a hard time believing that somebody would literally, run across the Rio Grande or walk hundreds of miles on foot with what do they call the smugglers, coyotes and all that, and then get to this country, reach the promised land, trying to stay under the radar and work and make money and send money back home and actually get caught at a ballot place. I mean, you went through all of that shit, paid smugglers half a year's salary to get here, and you got deported because you was trying to cast one vote. I don't believe illegal immigrants are doing that much. I don't believe that's happening to any level of any significance whatsoever. You're not going to risk all of that. All of that you went through to get here, knowing you got to stay under the radar. You're not going to risk all of that to cast one vote. That makes no sense to me. And I'll tell you, like I always say on the program, people get caught using illegal IDs all the time. People get caught trying to buy alcohol with fake IDs. They get caught trying to, buy cigarettes with fake IDs at the gas station, trying to enter the club with a fake ID when they're underage, trying to enter casinos, whatever. Even people get caught with fake driver's licenses by cops. People get caught, using fake social security numbers to get jobs. You never hear nobody getting caught with a fake ID trying to vote. You just never hear about that. Yet we're supposed to believe that tons of people are doing it and ain't nobody getting caught doing it. People getting caught using fake IDs everywhere else all day long, but nobody's getting caught doing that. It's because it ain't happening. It's not happening. You're not going to go and risk all of that shit just to cast one vote. It ain't. If it was happening, the Trump administration would be giving you names of people that's been getting caught doing that. Like Lincoln Riley, or when anytime an illegal immigrant takes somebody's life or commit a major felony, they plaster that all over Fox. Not one person they're telling you about this an illegal immigrant that they caught voting. They're not telling you about any of those folks. So I don't believe it's happening. In the comments here, when they said men are women and women are men in women's sports, is why I now vote Republican. So the Republicans lied. So you haven't heard any lies from the Republican Party, just lies from the Democrats. Okay, well, I mean, I guess if you only got one ear, you're only hearing. You think the Democrats, and by the way, all Democrats don't believe that what you're talking about. I don't believe it. There's a whole lot of Democrats that do not believe a man can become a woman. I mean, that holding the Democrats accountable for what some say in regards to a man can become a woman or a man should play in biological sports would be akin to holding the Republicans accountable for what Nick Fuentes says. Hitler is cool. All Republicans don't think that way. All Democrats don't think that way. But if you're going to suggest that Democrats don't know what a woman is, then yeah, the Republicans think Hitler is cool. It's got to be that way. Like I said, if you want to judge the whole party, you can't complain when it comes back to you. You voted for a psychopath and most hated man on earth. Damn, Green. God. Before I continue on, and thank you for the 137,000. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 140. Mr. Wise Guy said, I have no hatred in my heart. My point is that we live in the greatest country on the planet. There are too many opportunities to be well off financially and get the American dream. Well, there's a lot of things that happen. Let's say, for instance, because this is a response to him suggesting that anybody that is not doing well financially, it's not the government's fault. It sounds like a you problem. Let's say, for instance, you live in a blue city and you were making money from some sort of business that was a derivative of big oil. And then all of a sudden your governor becomes Gavin Newsom and he starts banning and doing all kinds of regulations on big oil and you get laid off. And suddenly you're struggling because of a decision made by your government. So no, you can actually be struggling due to, yeah, America has a ton of opportunities, but a bad decision, let's say another good example. A lot of federal employees make good salaries, good benefits, pension, union. Some of them have been working there as close to retiring, paying for a home, paying for your kids to go to college. We elect President Trump and suddenly you lose your whole job. Him and Elon Musk just out of nowhere says that you're not doing your job properly and just fires you. Ain't nothing to do with you. You've been doing your job for the last 25 years plus. Reliably showing up, working for the IRS or the EPA or whatever organization you've been working for. Trump gets in office and they just fire you out of the blue. You can be struggling financially due to the government. It's not always a you problem. The government does things all the time that leads to people struggling. So yeah, I absolutely. What Trump did with USAID and with the federal government, he has made a lot of people struggle, period. All of that firing that Doge did, you telling me you think all of them people deserve to be fired? Even though they ended up hiring a bunch of them back because they fired too many of them? Yes. Your government can, you think the TSA agents right now are not getting paid. That's government that's leading them to struggle. They're not struggling because of a you problem. They're showing up to work every damn day. Not a lot of them are still. Some of them are quitting, but so no, you can actually be struggling due to the government. The TSA agents that are allegedly sleeping in their cars and donating plasma and all that shit, that's because of bad government. That's because we got a president that said he's great at making deals and he's doing a piss poor job getting his Democrats and Republicans to work together. That's his job as president, is to get those two entities to work together so we can get the government back up and running. He's not doing that. He's just bashing one side. He's not trying to reach out to the Democrats and make some kind of deal so that we can get the government. He says he's a great negotiator. He's not negotiating with the Democrats at all. He's pretty much saying, fuck you. It's your fault. We're going to just blame it on you. So, yeah, I totally disagree with the idea that if you're struggling financially, it's not the government's fault. It can be. But in the comments, though, what is the name here? The Kaziwa says, you fucking disgusting person. Wow. Appreciate the compliment, I guess that is. DHS is not getting paid. TSA is only part of the people. Yeah, right. It's more than just TSA. Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm just simply saying they're not getting paid due to the government. It is the government's fault. You can blame it on the Democrats. You can blame it on the Republicans. You can blame it on Trump. but it's all government. The only reason they're not getting paid is the government is not agreeing with each other, and it's led to the government being shut down. That clown has been proven wrong time and time again, but he knows he is wrong, but his ego can't handle the truth. Trump is the reason for all of our problems. Damn. Well, I'll certainly tell you it is. He claimed to be a great, brilliant negotiator. It is his job to sit the Democrats and Republicans down and try to get a deal hashed out between them. And he's not doing it. He's doing a terrible job at that. He's just literally sitting back insulting the Democrats. That's not going to lead to any deal to be made between the parties. That's just not the way to do it. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 140,000 likes. Some of you folks showed the program some love with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes. Nevertheless, I do got to step away. As always, if you enjoy this type of dialogue, follow the program if you're watching on Instagram, Substack, or TikTok. And certainly, if you happen to be watching us on YouTube, give your boy a sub. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you. You guys for tuning in on YouTube as well. Some told me I was a fucking disgusting person. You can't win them all, but you can try.